A terrifying force spread in the air above New Yen City. Everyone retreated another 10,000 feet, not daring to come close. "I'm afraid we'll lose if we don't have a backup plan," Xianxia said with a solemn face. "What?" Su Lianyi was shocked and said in horror, "How can he be so strong? Even two divine transcendent experts couldn't kill him?" "In the past 20 years, he has been blessed with great fortune, and Ling Bai is no longer the same as before," Xianxia said. "If I had fought him back then, I would most likely have been defeated." "Then what's good?" Chen Sheng asked, trembling. "Don't panic for the time being," Xianxia said. "I can see that although Wan Yiqian's face is dark, his moves are extremely steady. Obviously, he is not panicking, and so is Ding Shan." Ling Bai loosened his fingers, and the purple sword of 6 wounds flew in front of him, shooting out purple light. The wind, rain, thunder, lightning, ice, frost, and snow all exploded after being struck by the purple chi. The entire climate was extremely chaotic, condensing into several torrents that surged in the surroundings. The 7 flags of extinction drifted erratically under the suppression of the purple clouds, unable to get close. Ling Bai made a hand seal, and the purple-edged sword suddenly stopped spinning. The sword momentum rose, and with a hand seal, it turned into a huge sword shadow and rushed into the sky. Clang, clang, clang. The purple blade of Liushang slashed into the sword wheel, and dazzling golden light continued to burst out, spreading in all directions like cracks. Ling Bai changed his hand seal and 6 sword rays shot out from the purple-edged sword. He formed a seal with both hands and pointed his sword at the 2 of them. The purple chi split into 3 streaks and slashed at the 2 of them. Boom, boom, boom. A deafening sound rang out as 6 rays of sword light slashed out. Under the rolling purple chi that filled the sky, a giant spirit vaguely appeared. A pair of sharp eyes flashed in the clouds and looked down at the earth. Wan Yiqian and Ding Shan were extremely shocked and hurriedly retreated. Boom! The 7 flags of extinction burst into flames and turned into ashes. The phenomenon in the sky disappeared. The great sun golden will also crumbled, and countless golden sword lights shot out from it and dissipated in the sky. The purple sword flew back to Ling Bai's hand. He stood proudly with the sword in his hand. The purple light kept moving in front of him, and the eyes in the clouds became clearer and clearer. A vast and mighty force reverberated in the heavens and earth, and Ling Bai's clothes fluttered in the wind. The sharp sword force in his hand continued to spin, and the entire cloud layer began to surge. Xianxiao's heart throbbed inexplicably, and he was a little dumbfounded. That dense purple chi, that dense purple chi. Su Lianyi had long lost her ability to think. She asked mechanically, "What's wrong with the purple chi? Is there a problem?" The veins on Xianxiao's face kept bulging, and his moon-like pupils bulged. In the depths of his pupils, a demonic aura was floating, flickering with a colorful light. The power of his vision finally penetrated through the purple clouds. The giant spiritual figure behind Ling Bai slowly revealed itself, and a thin and terrifying purple face was directly imprinted into his eyes. Xianxia trembled, and all the pores on his body could not help but open. Although the terrible face's eyes were closed, it seemed to be staring at him with a strange and sinister smile, and endless fear spread in his heart. His face instantly turned pale, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. "Young Master Yun!" Su Lianyi was shocked. She had never seen Xianxia lose his composure like this. "Armor. That giant spirit is actually armor." Xianxia recognized him at a glance. He had a pair of white horns on his forehead and was purple-black in color. Ling Bai's expression turned serious. He raised the sword in his hand, and a loud boom sounded. 6 injuries purple blade, 1 sword hiding space. The giant spirit behind him also seemed to raise its big hand at the same time, and became one with the sword intent. Boom! The purple light cut through the sky and earth, turning into a boundless giant blade that fell. A huge chasm split open in the sky above New Yen City and spread at a terrifying speed. "This Tao Wu." Everyone was taken aback. The crack was like a heavenly river that stretched across the sky and slowly descended, about to split the entire New Yen city in half. The forehead of the giant spirit armor also appeared in the sky, freezing the earth. Ramayana! From afar, Duanmuyuyu cried out in shock. He stared at the giant spirit with a look of shock in his eyes. Wan Yiqian was also trembling and said in horror, "What the hell is this? How could he have such a powerful force?" "That's Ramayana, the god of slaughter." A clear and cold voice sounded. Wan Yiqian's body trembled and he cried out, "How could this thing appear? Even if you kill billions of lives, it's impossible to gather the true body of the Asura. This is the Ramayana armor that has been passed down for generations in the Ling family. Can summon the god of death and kill everyone." The voice said. Wan Yiqian was shocked. "What should we do then? The power of this slash is vast and boundless. It's hard to match it even with its aura. It looks like he wants to split New Yen City open and give you an unforgettable lesson," the voice said. "This was a moment of life and death. I'll think of a way to make Ramayana retreat. You guys can think of a way to deal with the power of this slash." Wan Yiqian was stunned for a moment and wanted to say something, but she had already felt that person leave. Many colorful butterflies suddenly appeared on the ground, flapping their wings and flying into the sky like petals dancing. Ling Bai's eyes turned cold and he sneered, "My poor and pathetic little brother, you've finally appeared?" Hundreds and thousands of butterflies fluttered their wings and flew into the air. They circled around the purple clouds and flew towards the giant spirit. Yunxiao was horrified. He looked at the butterflies, not knowing what was going on. This time, everyone was dumbfounded. The situation was getting weirder and weirder. And Ling Bai's younger brother? Did he have a younger brother? There was a huge question mark in everyone's heart. Why do you think I'm hanging my sword in the air? Other than completely integrating New Yen City, I've also revealed the Ramayana's armor so that you can come out and face your death. Ling Bai sneered. "You've been trying to kill me for a long time. I'm still alive and well, aren't I?" A voice came from the butterflies, but the syllables were very scattered, and they were spat out from different butterflies, making it impossible to detect the person's true body. "If you had kept hiding in the holy region, you might have been able to live a good life. Unfortunately, you had to come out and seek death. I don't even need to think to know that you're the mastermind behind today's situation." Ling Bai's eyes turned cold, and the 6 wounded purple swords suddenly slashed down. Ramayana's palm closed like a blade and also fell down. The heavenly chasm in the sky suddenly accelerated and fell. At the same time, it extended endlessly. The entire world seemed to have been split apart by this sword. Boom! A large number of butterflies were annihilated in an instant, but a figure could be vaguely seen in the colorful light. He was also dressed in white, holding a feather fan in his hand and making seals in the air. 8 Desolation Fire Dragon. Boom! The feather fan flew in the wind, and a seal flew out from the fan, turning into 8 fire dragons in the air. They circled around the giant spirit behind Ling Bai. "It's him!" After the white-robed man's figure was revealed, it immediately caused everyone to turn pale with fright. Yunxiao was also stunned as he muttered, "By Lingyue? Ling Bai? Ling Baiyue. He's from the Ling family. He's Martial Emperor Yi Ying's younger brother, Ling Yun." The man was Bai Lingyue, the secretary of the intelligence division of the Holy Region. "Oh, your strength has improved a little. Have you finally stepped into divine transcendence?" Ling Bai's lips curled up as he replied nonchalantly, "Do you think that you can defeat Ramayana as long as you have the blood of the Ling family? Isn't that the case?" Bai Lingyue asked coldly. He formed a hand seal and shouted. The 8 fire dragons resonated with each other and formed a huge red fire array. At the same time, the 8 dragons flew above the array light and crashed toward Ramoyan. At this moment, Wan Yiqian on the ground was also going all out. He put his hands together and chanted an incantation. Violent power constantly surged out of his body as he shouted, "Ding Shan, block this sword." Ding Shan's expression was also grave and uncertain. If this heaven-destroying power were to hit Xinyan City, the entire Commerce Alliance's headquarters would probably be annihilated. He didn't want to leave behind a pile of ruins. After thinking about it, he raised his hand, and 9 auroras shot out from the center of his fist. The power increased exponentially, and it was no less than 1,000. Wan Yiqin seemed to feel that it was not enough and shouted, "Feiyong, can you borrow that profound-level weapon just now?" Yunxiao was horrified as well. If New Yen City was destroyed, God knew how many people would die. Although he was merciless in killing people, it would hurt the peace of the world if too many people died at once. "All right," he immediately responded, and Tusada Peak continued to transform in his palm. Its size increased several times and it flew towards the ravine. With the Tusada Heavenly Peak suppressing it, in addition to Wan Yiqin and Ding Shan's combined strength, they should be able to block that sword. Boom! The moment the Tusada Heavenly Peak flew into the crack, it caused the world to shake as if it was collapsing. Several rays of red light flew out from Wan Yiqin's body and condensed into a seal in the sky. With a flash, countless afterimages appeared and attacked in the air. Ding Shan also punched out, and boundless radiance surged from the 4 poles, illuminating the sky with a dazzling brilliance. At the same time, Bai Lingyue's power of 8 dragons exploded in the purple cloud and rushed toward Ramayan. Boom, boom, boom! Several extremely panicked forces exploded at the same time, and the entire sky exploded into pieces. The entire universe fell into darkness. Yunxiao was the first to suffer the backlash. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying thousands of feet back. His eyes were filled with shock. He had not refined much of the Tusada Heavenly Peak, and it was only a spiritual connection, but it could penetrate this connection and directly reflect the power back into his body. One could see how terrifying this dark and dense place was. Even the light is being devoured. "It's getting darker and darker," a warrior exclaimed. "It won't shatter the entire realm of heavenly martial arts, will it?" The dark power was still fermenting, and terrifying rumbles came from within like 10,000 horses galloping. After a moment, it stopped devouring and began to emit the power of the aftermath. Boom! Boom! Rings of power were released from it and blasted in all directions. Everyone's expression changed and they retreated in fear. Young Master Yun. Su Liani was worried about Yunxiao's injury, so she helped him up and retreated thousands of feet away before stopping. Qian Shang and Han Junting led hundreds of experts from the Merchant Union to form a formation to neutralize the impact and prevent New Yen City from being affected. However, the formation was also constantly disintegrating and retreating. There were even a few people who could not hold on and died on the spot. I didn't expect Lady Bai Lingyue to be Ling Bai's younger brother. With 3 divine transcendence experts joining forces, Ling Bai will definitely die this time, right? A large number of martial artists had already retreated to 100,000 feet away. Looking at the scene that was like a black hole, which was constantly emitting shocking aftershocks, they could not help but discuss in low voices. "Hee, a bunch of ignorant scum. Do you think you're so powerful just because you have 3 divine transcendence experts?" Ling Bai is wearing the Death God armor, which has been famous since ancient times. Even a God-grade powerhouse can't break it. One of them sneered directly, not trying to hide it or lowering his voice, which attracted the attention of the crowd. It was a tall, thin, bald man who was speaking in a serious manner. "If even a divine-level expert can't break it, doesn't that mean he's invincible?" A short and fat man beside him exclaimed. The 2 of them were the fat and thin Duda. When the thin Duda saw everyone looking at him, he couldn't help but feel proud and said, "Ling Bai's strength isn't enough, so he can't use the full power of the armor. The key to this armor is the blood of the Ling family. Bai Lingyue also has a bloodline, so she can force the armor to retreat." "Oh? Who do the 2 of you think will win today's battle?" a gentle voice asked. It was very pleasant to hear. The fat and thin Duda turned around at the same time and exclaimed, "It's you!" That person was dressed in gorgeous clothes and had an extraordinary appearance. It was Duanmu Yoyu, who looked at the 2 of them and smiled. "Ahem. Don't you know how to calculate?" The skinny monk clenched his right hand into a fist and coughed a few times, appearing to be a little reserved. Are you a liar like Ming Zhen and Ming Jian, the two jokers? Fatty Tuto also shouted. Duanmu Yoyu laughed. Calculating is too much of a waste of effort. It would be better if two wise men could tell me the answer directly. The two's eyes lit up, clearly very happy. As expected of the Heaven Amplification Martial Emperor, you have such a good eye for people. The fat monk shouted excitedly. What? Martial Emperor Tianyan? Duanmu Yoyu. The crowd cried out in alarm and immediately went into an uproar. Almost everyone's eyes turned to look at the titled Martial Emperor. There was a strange silence. In my opinion, Ling Bai is most likely going to die this time, the shriveled monk quickly said. The killing god armor can save him once, but it can't save him a second or a third time. After all, he's alone, and the merchant union isn't that simple. This is clearly my point of view, the fat monk said angrily. How dare you say it first? You're taking all the limelight. What do you mean by your point of view? I clearly thought it over and over again before I said it. What does it have to do with you? I'm so angry. The fat monk rushed over and strangled his neck. I'm going to strangle you. The two of them immediately started fighting. Ling Bai is most likely going to die, right? Duanmu Yoyu cupped his chin and pondered. A pair of eyes suddenly appeared from the bottomless black hole in the distance. Then, Ramayana's face appeared, cold and expressionless. Boom! The black hole suddenly exploded, and the terrifying power scattered like a ring of stars. Everything in its path was annihilated. Yunxiao raised a hand and pointed forward. A mass of black light emerged and turned into the demonic sky armor. Immediately, a layer of defensive power spread out from above, protecting him and Su Lieni. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive force rushed over and passed by the two of them. The outside world was in chaos and rumbles, but the defense of the armor didn't feel any fluctuations. Su Lieni was shocked. With her eyesight, she naturally knew that this armor was a peerless treasure. Ling Bai is most likely going to die, Xinjin. Yunxiao was also carefully pondering over the monk's words. In the distant sky, as the black hole exploded, the figures of a few people could be vaguely seen. Wani Qian and Ding Shan's faces were pale, and they trembled with blood all over their bodies. The hair on their faces were all burnt, and they looked extremely miserable. Ling Bai was still standing with the sword in his hand. The purple qi around him was getting weaker and weaker, and finally disappeared. His face was also very pale, and a trace of blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. The giant Ramayan suddenly became faint, and countless purple lights gathered in front of him, turning into the armor and falling from the sky. A few butterflies suddenly appeared in the sky, then dozens, then hundreds. They flapped their wings and flew toward the armor. Ling Bai sneered and said with pity, "My poor and sad brother, the armor has a spirit and its master. The heavenly Tao is moving. How can it be done by human power? You've been chasing the killing god armor for your entire life. Even now, will it choose to acknowledge you, a piece of trash?" The hundreds of butterflies fluttered around the purple battle suit and slowly transformed into Bai Lingyue. Her white clothes were stained with blood, but her pale face was so excited that she almost forgot to breathe. "The Ling family's armor, my armor." His face turned ferocious. "If you weren't the eldest son, you wouldn't be qualified to get this. In terms of talent and planning, how am I inferior to you? Now, I'm going to take back what belongs to me. As for you, my useless brother, you'll be buried in Xinyan City forever. Martial Emperor Yi Ying will become history." Bai Lingyue cut her wrist, and her hand was covered in blood as she grabbed the armor. When his palm came into contact with the purple, a large amount of white smoke was emitted, and the blood in his palm began to boil and evaporate. Ah! Her fingers were connected to her heart, and a heart-wrenching pain came from her hand. Bai Lingyue couldn't help but cry out, her eyes filled with shock and anger. How could it be like this? My armor. The Ling family's armor. Why is my blood useless? He went crazy and grabbed down, unconvinced. His palm suddenly exploded, and a large amount of blood flew up and evaporated. In the end, it was too painful and he retracted his hand. There were only white bones and no flesh left. Pitiful, lamentable, lamentable. Ha ha ha. Ling Bai laughed out loud. His eyes were filled with the mockery of a victor. Ling Baiwe, your existence is just a joke in my journey to the top. From now on, this battle suit no longer belongs to the Ling family, but only to me. I bestow upon it the armor of Night Shadow. His eyes focused and he formed a hand seal with one hand. The suit of armor spun in the air and flew toward Ling Bai. Streams of purple clouds swirled around Ling Bai's body, as if they were going to meet the armor and merge into one. Bai Lingyue's body trembled with anger. She clenched her white bone hand and gritted her teeth. I didn't think that the legendary Ramayana armor would be refined by you. But do you think you've won? Ling Bai sneered. After this armor of Night Shadow and I merge, it's not just you who will win, but the entire world. You can just quietly kneel at the side and watch as Big Brother reaches the peak. The purple color of the armor gradually fused with Ling Bai. The anger on Bai Lingyue's face suddenly disappeared and was replaced by an extremely cold expression. At the moment of fusion, you shouldn't have much resistance, right? What do you mean? Ling Bai's eyes narrowed as he asked. He suddenly had a premonition and was about to raise the purple sword when he felt someone pat his elbow, dispersing his strength. Then, he felt a cold sensation on his back. Ah? What the hell is that? Many people cried out in surprise when they saw a golden face behind Ling Bai. It was smiling eerily. Yunxiao's heart trembled as he cried out, "Gold speaker!" Su Lianyi was confused for a moment before she said in shock, "The golden speaker, Lord Huangfu Bai of the soul-devouring sect." A desolate figure walked out of the golden face. He first slapped Ling Bai's right elbow and suppressed the purple sword. Then, he made a hand seal and pointed at Ling Bai's back. Swish! A strange mark was branded on Ling Bai's back, and the purple clouds in the sky began to tremble. Duanmu Yoyu's expression darkened, and a hint of anger appeared on his face. He shouted in the air, "Huangfu Bai, as a sect master, you actually launched a sneak attack. Do you still have any shame?" "What? Huangfu Bai? He is the master of the most mysterious and terrifying soul-devourer sect, one of the 7 sect masters." The crowd burst into an uproar. All sorts of shocked voices rose and fell. They were even more shocked than when they saw Duanmu Yoyu. Ling Bai felt a heart-wrenching pain that burned his soul. His body trembled uncontrollably, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as if he had fallen into a deep abyss. The armor slowly flew in front of him and stopped, as if the fusion had been interrupted. Huangfu Bai ignored Duanmu Yoyu's angry shout and said coldly, "Ling Bai, I'm sure you're not surprised that you've ended up like this, right?" "Hee hee." Ling Bai smiled sadly. The blood at the corner of his mouth looked a little seductive. He said, "You'll have to pay for what you've done. However, the ones who can kill me will definitely not be you dregs." His eyes suddenly shot out endless coldness. His left hand formed a seal and directly hit his own chest. Bang! A force penetrated his back and struck Huangfu Bai's fingerprint, blasting it away. Then, he raised his right hand, and 6 cold lights flew out of the purple-edged sword. Huangfu Bai suddenly stepped back, and the Pangu flag appeared in his hand, striking at the 6 beams of purple light and knocking them away. The golden speaker was dazed for a moment before flying into the Pangu flag. Huangfu Bai stood with the banner in his hand and said indifferently, "It's good to be proud, but the sad thing is that it's not up to you to choose whether you die in our hands." Ling Bai's body trembled violently, and his teeth chattered as if he was extremely cold. Wan Yiqian was overjoyed. "We've finally stopped this evil villain. Lord Huangfu Bai, you've acted at the right time." Bai Lingyue's expression was cold as she mocked, "Brother, do you understand now who's the pathetic one? In order to kill you, we sent out 4 divine transcendence experts. You can die in peace. I've already planted a soul seed into your soul," Huangfu Shang said. "It will continue to take root and sprout until it eats your soul. This long and painful process is not something that ordinary people can endure. The longer you drag it out, the more painful it will be." Bai Lingyue smiled cruelly. "Stupid brother, she said. You're lucky to be on the right side. You're unlucky. Have you ever reflected on why all the experts in the world are willing to join hands to kill you today? After you die, I will refine Remayan's armor again and use it to conquer the world. Ling Bai's body trembled violently, and his muscles began to twist as if he was trying to resist the pain in his soul. He slowly raised his hand and grabbed the armor in front of him. The armor pulsated as if it had a life of its own, and it fused into his body. Ling Bai's entire body began to change, and with every tremble, his body became blurry and larger. Peepa! A series of bone-cracking sounds could be heard. Ling Bai's body had grown by more than 3 feet, and his body was covered with purple scales. 2 horns had grown on his forehead, just like the god of killing, Ramayan. However, he did not have that kind of cold and calm that would not change for thousands of years. At this moment, his face was covered in cold sweat and he was still in extreme pain. It could be seen that the soul seed that Huangfu Bai had given him had caused great damage. Bai Lingyue backed away in shock. If you can't control it, you'll become a walking corpse and be controlled by the armor. Was he at the end of his rope? You're willing to take such a big risk. Risk? Will you always measure me by your own weak strength? Ling Bai gasped for breath, and his face turned from pained to hideous. He said coldly, I'm here as the god of slaughter, and I'll use the 4 of you as a sacrifice to this battle suit. With a flash of purple light, the 3-meter-long body appeared in front of Huangfu Bai and slashed at him with the sword. Bang! In his shock, Huangfu Bai raised the Pangu banner, and the purple sword of 6 injuries struck on it, creating waves of sword power. He was no match for it, and his arms instantly went numb as countless wounds were cut by the sword intent, blood splashing everywhere. The golden speaker flew out from the Pangu flag and entered his body. The 2 souls fused into one. Suddenly, his strength surged. He spread out the Pangu banner, and the formation light appeared. The soul world exploded from it. He finally broke free from the suppression of the Liushang purple sword and retreated a few thousand feet. Yun Xiao looked at him with a solemn face. Obviously, Huangfu Bai had not recovered from the injury he suffered in Wuxian, or he would not have failed to withstand a single sword strike from Ling Bai. Just as Huangfu Bai retreated 1,000 feet and stopped, he suddenly felt a chill from the bottom of his heart. The Pangu flag was thrown backward like a huge flag. Bang! The spiritual light on the banner was scattered by the sword, and tens of thousands of purple clouds shot toward his body. Huangfu Bai hurriedly turned around and cast an incantation gesture with both of his hands, then threw it out in the air. The golden speaker flew up from the Pangu banner and formed a hand seal. Huangfu Bai's attack directly penetrated his body and combined with the hand seal to form an even larger seal. Bang! The seal was shattered as the purple blade slashed down. The golden speaker screamed and was cut in half, turning into countless specks of light and flying back into the Pangu flag. Huangfu Bai spurted out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. How can he be so strong? In his shock, he looked at the figure who was striding over and hurriedly formed hand seals in the air, constantly forming strange hand seals. Ling Bai's body froze for a moment, and then he began to tremble violently. He roared to the sky and hit his chest with one hand. Bang! 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 A huge spiritual aura exploded, but no matter how he hurt himself, the pain did not decrease. Attack! Huangfu Bai shouted. He's restrained by my soul seed. It's only a matter of time before he's defeated and killed. Damn brother, Bai Lingyue said coldly. You're about to die, so why are you still struggling? Do you want to die an even uglier death? His right hand, which was covered in white bones, suddenly opened and drew a circle in front of him, giving rise to a raging fire. Countless butterflies were flying around the ring of fire, hundreds and thousands of them flapping their wings in the sky. 8 Desolation Fire Dragon, Life and Death, Roar! The ring of fire transformed into a dragon, and all the butterflies were absorbed into it. It circled in the sky several times before descending. The 8 fire dragons soared in the sky, creating a shocking scene. Suddenly, a ray of moonlight sprinkled down, and a jade ruler spun non-stop within it. Countless runes surged out from it. Then, the jade ruler transformed into an arch bridge that stretched across the sky. The 8 fire dragons crossed the long bridge and swam into the distance, disappearing in the moonlight. "Who is it?" Bilingüe was furious and shouted. "Tisk, tsk. What an obedient baby dragon." Duanmu appeared in the air and kept the jade ruler with a smile. "Young Master Yu, do you know what you're doing?" Bilingüe was furious. "Of course I know," Duanmu said with a smile. "I don't think you know this," Bilingüe said coldly. "Your actions will bring disaster to the Duanmu family." Duanmu expression changed instantly, and he said coldly, "The Secretary of State is forcing me to kill you." His eyes lit up and killing intent gathered in his body. Wan Yiqian's expression was also ugly as he shouted, "Young Master Yu, I don't think the Merchant Union has ever offended you." "Of course not," Duanmu said, "but it's 4 against 1, and you even launched a sneak attack. I really can't stand it anymore. Why don't we just forget about today's matter? Let's just go our separate ways and write off all our old grudges." Bilingüe was so angry that she laughed. "Duanmu, you've learned how to tell jokes now. 1,000 lords, hand over Duanmu and take Ling Bai's life." He grabbed with his skeletal hand and the feather fan appeared once again. He leaped up and attacked Duanmu. Duanmu laughed coldly. "Mr. Secretary's arms have already turned into bones. Yet you are still fighting so hard. Your spirit is commendable." He pointed forward with one hand, and the jade ruler flew in front of him. Bilingüe's fan pierced through his body, and she missed. A mirror light suddenly appeared in his surroundings. After that, 8 huge mirrors appeared out of thin air and stood in the sky, surrounding him. Duanmu figure appeared in one of the mirrors. He said indifferently, "I don't want Ling Bai to die, so I have to trap you. It has to be able to trap them. You're courting death." Bilingüe shouted angrily as she pushed her feather fan into the mirror, only to see nothing but an endless void. "Damn it!" A sense of danger suddenly appeared in his heart, and he quickly retreated. He spun in the air, and countless white feathers scattered like snowflakes. He slowly landed in front of the octagonal mirror. "Heavenly falling feather," Bilingüe said coldly. The feathers suddenly became sharp and started to roll up the octagonal mirror. Bang! 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 The sound of mirrors breaking could be heard continuously. The entire world seemed to have been trapped in a world of flying feathers, killing all living things. "Sigh, it won't be fun if I get serious." Once the octagonal mirror surface was broken, Duanmu figure appeared. His hands continuously formed hand seals, forming a palm print that slapped out. Boom! All the feathers were sent flying wherever the palm print passed. Bilingüe spun the feather fan in her hand and faced the palm print head-on. Bang! A huge shock exploded, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was forced back a few thousand feet, his eyes filled with shock and anger. He knew that Duanmu had shown mercy. Otherwise, he would have been further injured by the palm just now. However, under such circumstances, he could not retreat even a little. "Duanmu, today's enmity is formed." Bilingüe roared, and the 8 fire dragons formed again. They kept spinning in front of her as if they were forming a formation. Duanmu furrowed his brows. He was more than capable of holding Bilingüe back. But Ling Bai's current condition made it very doubtful that he could withstand the attacks of the other 3. Boom! The fire dragons whirled and attacked. Bilingüe stood on the 8 dragons and formed a seal with her hands, her expression dark. "AI!" Duanmu sighed. The jade ruler in his hand flew out, and he could only brace himself to meet the attack. In the crowd, 2 people wrapped in black robes stood still. Only the aftershocks of the battle were blowing at their sleeves. "Father, since young master Yu has already made his move, should we also make our move?" Ning Qiyun asked. Ning Kuei said, "Not at the moment. There are still many people who have yet to show their faces, and I don't know what their attitude is." "Character? What kind of person?" Ning Qiyun asked in surprise. He is a person who can influence the battle, Ning Kuei said. To be able to control the battle at this moment, is he also a divine being? Ning Qiyun asked. Ning Kuei nodded and said, I don't know if they're just here to watch the show or if they have other plans. Let's not do anything for now. Let's continue to watch. I don't think that Ling Bai will collapse so easily. Ning Qiyun's divine sense swept around, but he did not find any powerful existence. He could not help but feel suspicious. Ning Kuei chuckled and said, Don't doubt it. They won't let you notice. These people seem to be observing us, waiting for our next move. Only then did Ning Qiyun believe him. She said, Then we'll bide our time and let them be suspicious. That's right, Ning Kuei said. In the sky, Ling Bai was still hammering his chest, sending out waves of spiritual energy. His face was filled with pain. If Qian and the others saw that Bai Lingyue was being held back and rushed up by themselves, they would lose the opportunity to kill Ling Bai. It would be a disaster, and the merchant union would no longer be able to stand. No need, said Huang Fubai coldly. Just trap him and don't let him run away. My soul seed has already begun to devour his soul. The golden whisperer appeared behind him. Its face was extremely ferocious, and its eyes were filled with greed. There was actually saliva flowing down the corner of its mouth, which it couldn't stop sucking in. Wan Yiqian and Ding Shan had formed a circle around Ling Bai, preventing him from escaping. If we can kill this thief, Lord Bai will be the greatest contributor, Wan Yiqian said. Don't be so happy, Master 1000, Huang Fushang said. Ling Bai is not an ordinary person. We must not be careless before he dies. Yes, Wan Yiqian said. Bang! Ling Bai finally stopped after the first strike. He stood still in the air with the purple sword in his hand. The three people's hearts skipped a beat as they watched with wide eyes. Is he dead? Wan Yiqian asked anxiously. Huang Fubai frowned and said, He's not dead, but something seems wrong. The soul seed is still devouring his soul, but his face is pale. Wan Yiqian and Ding Shan were shocked at the same time. Ling Bai's expression became peaceful, without the slightest pain. A bad feeling spread in the hearts of the three. Hey! Ling Bai suddenly grinned evilly, and his eyes shot out a cold light. The six-wounded purple sword was beating as if it had a life of its own, and every beat would send out a ripple that reverberated in the air. A large number of runes appeared on the armor on his body, becoming bright and lively. It was as if it had always been a part of his body, and had now returned after being displaced. The three of them sucked in a breath of cold air and retreated. A bad feeling grew stronger and stronger. We can't wait any longer. Let's go, Wan Yiqian shouted. He was the first to rush up. He spun the red dragon staff in the air and quickly made hand seals to form the great sun sword wheel. He pressed forward fiercely. A sword wheel vortex that was half an acre in size appeared and continued to devour the surrounding spiritual energy. Ling Bai slowly raised his hand and licked his red lips with his tongue. His eyes were filled with the most primitive killing intent, and his face was full of excitement. Clang! Liushang's purple sword trembled and several incantations were sent into the body of the sword. A terrifying force swirled around, and the long sword kept changing until it actually grew 6 sword teeth. 6 fiends shape sound. Ling Bai shouted coldly, and the sword slashed out 6 musical notes, which turned into endless sharp lights in the air. The 6th level of sword essence continued to extend, like the world of 6 paths. Bang! The great sun sword wheel was cut open and the red dragon staff was broken. The entire sky was instantly divided into 2 worlds. Eft! Wan Yiqian's heart trembled. Under the pressure of the vast sword power, he spat out a mouthful of blood and kept retreating. Both Huang Fubai and Ding Shan were extremely shocked. They were all very clear about the power of the great sun sword wheel, but they didn't expect it to be destroyed in one move. Impossible! How could this be? Huang Fubai's forehead was covered in sweat as he kept performing incantation gestures with both hands, urging the soul seed to devour the souls. Ling Bai's brows furrowed as he withdrew his purple sword and stretched out his right hand. Suddenly, An illusionary figure moved half a foot to the side of his body, as if two Ling Bai's had overlapped. Then, his 5 fingers were like hooks as he grabbed towards his chest. The real arm stopped 3 inches in front of his chest, but the shadow directly passed through it and stabbed into his body. The eyebrows of both the real and the illusionary body suddenly furrowed into the shape of A. They were obviously in great pain. Huang Fu Bi's expression changed drastically, as if someone had grabbed his neck, and he screamed, "How is that possible? Why you?" The phantom's hand slowly withdrew from his body, its 5 fingers grabbing a yellow light. The light constantly trembled and struggled, turning into various forms to try to break free, but it was to no avail. Whoosh! Ling Bai's eyes were filled with killing intent when the soul seed was taken out. The shadow clenched its fist and the soul seed exploded into countless light fragments. Huang Fu Bi's mind suffered a backlash, causing a mouthful of blood to gush out from his throat and flow down from the corner of his mouth. The injuries from the battle with Wuxian had yet to recover, and the gold speaker was extremely weak. It had been dispersed by Ling Bai just now, and it was almost impossible for it to consolidate its form. Now that his soul seed had been extracted, it backfired on his body, triggering his old injuries once again. His aura immediately withered, and his eyes turned gray. In an instant, he had defeated Wan Yiqian and Huang Fu Bai, shocking the entire world. How can he be so strong? The surrounding crowd was in an uproar, none of them daring to believe it. Bai Lingyue's heart was burning with anxiety, and her attacks became more and more ferocious. However, she still couldn't break free from Duanmu Yoyu's grip. Duanmu Yoyu pinched his fingers and said in shock, "Ling Bai's luck is so great. Am I overthinking?" With a wave of his jade ruler, a ball of green light rippled and pushed Bai Lingyue away. He retreated 1,000 feet and watched quietly. Bai Lingyue took a deep breath and didn't chase after him. Instead, she stared at Ling Bai with a gloomy face. Her usual graceful and elegant demeanor was out of place, and her eyes were filled with rage. Wan Yiqian's eyes were filled with anxiety, and her heart was burning with anxiety. In the battle, the 4 divine transcendence experts were all injured, but Ling Bai's strength increased instead of weakening. It was as if the balance of fate had been tilted. At this moment, Ling Bai's murderous aura stirred up the wind and clouds. A purple light filled the sky, causing everyone to shiver. Some of the weaker cultivators trembled and their legs went soft just by looking at him. Did Ling Bai win after he completely fused with the killing god armor? Yun Xiao was also shocked. The power emanating from Ling Bai's body at the moment had far exceeded that of ordinary divine transcendence. How could this be? Is the Merchant Union really going to become history? In the distance, Ning Qiyun's face was also filled with shock. Under the soaring killing intent, even a peak 9th rank existence like her was trembling. So strong. Is this the power of the immortal state? Ning Kuei was also shocked. His old face was moved and his eyes were full of surprise. Immortal state Kasaya. Ning Qiyun was shocked and said in horror, "How can there be a god under this sky? Can the current Ling Bai defeat the Ghost King of the Red Moon City?" In the Battle of Red Moon City, the Ghost King's power was world-shaking and had left a deep impression on everyone. He was also the strongest enemy Ning Qiyun had ever met in her life. Although there are no godly state experts in this world, it doesn't mean that there are no godly state powers, Ning Kuei said. Ning Qiyun was stunned and confused. "It's simple," Ning Kuei said. "What do you think of Li Yunxiao's strength?" Ning Qiyun said, "Very strong. It's not an exaggeration to say that he's the number 1 person under divine transcendence. I even suspect that Ding Shan, who has just stepped into divine transcendence, might not be his match." Ning Kuei smiled and said, "That's it. Although Yun Xiao is not in the divine transcendence realm, he has the strength of a divine transcendence." "I understand now. Father, you mean that although Ling Bai's cultivation is restricted by the laws of heaven and earth, his strength has already reached the immortal level?" Ning Qiyun said. Ning Kuei said, "I can't say for sure if he's reached the divine level. After all, that kind of power is too powerful and can't be sought. But your example just now was wrong. Ding Shan is not an ordinary person. Don't tell me that Ding Shan can still turn the tables? Ning Qiyun frowned. Ning Kuei smiled and said, "Who knows? Ling Bai's power was indeed shocking. But is he really as powerful as he looks? I'm afraid all the characters are thinking about this. The power of the divine level is overwhelming. The sword that easily shattered the great sun sword will just now has indeed surpassed the realm of divine transcendence. Is he invincible?" Cold sweat trickled down Yunxiao's sideburns. He was also shocked by the killing intent, and his eyes kept trembling. No, his strength is weakening under the monstrous killing intent. Yunxiao's eyes narrowed as he keenly caught the subtle changes in Ling Bai. The boundless killing intent should be the power of the armor itself, and Ling Bai's soul was directly injured by the joint attack of several people, especially by Huangfu Bi's soul seed. How could he recover so easily? It's not completely fused yet, Ing Luo. Yunxiao thought to himself. That's why they look strong on the outside and weak on the inside. How strong was his true combat power now? I'm afraid everyone is watching. He turned to look at Li Yi in the distance and frowned. It's definitely not Luo Qingyun or Li Yi's idea to send Dongmen Yuan to the Merchant Union. It must be Wei Qing's idea. Wei Qing and Bai Lingyue were happy to use the Merchant Union to deal with Ling Bai. So Ling Bai, who had god-level power, and the collapse of the Merchant Union were not what the Sacred Zone wanted to see. If Ling Bai doesn't bring out his absolute power, I'm afraid it'll be very difficult for him to leave New Yen City. Hehe. This feeling is very wondrous. Ling Bai lowered his head and looked at his body. His body was covered in purple scales and strange patterns. His fingers were long and demonic, just like the finger of the god of killing. However, under this bright appearance, his chest was rising and falling rapidly, and his breathing was very chaotic. As Yunxiao had seen with his eye technique, his soul was seriously injured. Every time he tried to control the power of the armor, his aura would go out of control, and his body would find it hard to bear. The entire New Yen City gradually quieted down except for some quiet discussions. No one knew what would happen next. Hee. Ling Bai suddenly laughed and raised his head. Ha ha ha. Pathetic ants, are you afraid? He had a playful smile on his face as he swept his gaze over Wan Yiqian and the others. He even glanced into the distance from the corner of his eyes, as if he was mocking those who were hiding in the dark. Bai Lingyue's face was frighteningly gloomy, and the entire space was suppressed by her monstrous killing intent. The shadows of the night will always follow the illusionary light, Ling Bai said coldly. But from today onwards, wherever I go, there will be endless shadows of the night. An awe-inspiring aura spread out along with the killing intent, as if a sovereign had descended upon the world, shaking the entire field. Everyone felt as if they had fallen into a boundless abyss, and they retreated in shock. Wan Yiqian's face was livid. He took out a round object and held it in his hand. After activating it, it shot out tens of thousands of rays of light. It was like a blazing sun that dispersed the endless night shadows. Countless Maha-ancient characters rose from the light and arranged themselves in the sky. Then, they fluttered like butterflies and disappeared. After that, the sun, moon, and stars appeared in the sky, forming a scene that covered the entire sky. Wan Yiqian's face became very serious, but his emotions calmed down. His hands kept touching the light plate, reflecting his long beard. Between his brows, there was a determination as if he was cutting off all means of retreat. Yunxiao's heart trembled. The mighty force emanating from the disk was vast and boundless. The entire sky was instantly split into two, light and shadow, shining on each other. Ding Shan's face also twitched, and his eyes shot out rays of light. Duanmu Yu exclaimed, "The cosmic light plate! This treasure is indeed in your hands." Wan Yiqian activated the cosmic light plate carefully. Her face twisted. "Do you think that you can turn the world upside down with an armor from the ancient times?" The Merchant Union had been around for tens of thousands of years and had accumulated a mountain of supreme treasures. Will the Merchant Union lose in a contest of profound-level weapons and supreme treasures? The cosmic light plate was unfathomable. It shot out the sun, moon, and stars and turned into 3 giant wheels in the sky. It was as if the sky was a formation that could kill everything. Although the cosmic light was dazzling, Wan Yiqian's body was constantly trembling, and in a few blinks of the eye, his face was as pale as paper. It was clear that activating this treasure had consumed all of his concentration. Could be said that he had gone all out in this attack. Yunxiao kept searching for the words, cosmic disk, in his mind, but he found nothing. However, he was sure that it was definitely a Maha-ancient weapon, and it was very likely to be a holy weapon. He thought to himself, is this cosmic light plate the real killer move? With such power, he was indeed qualified to rule the world. If Ling Bai wasn't so powerful, I'm afraid no one would know about this trump card. Wan Yiqian suppressed the trembling of his body and said in a cold voice, today, even if I have to risk half of my cultivation, I will completely kill you. The sun, the moon, and the stars were all in operation, and the stars in the sky moved forward according to their fixed trajectories. As soon as the cosmic light appeared, it would be extinguished and the world would change. Oh, interesting, Ling Bai said slowly. The whole world was filled with his endless shadow. The light in his eyes kept gathering like cold stars. You sound so passionate, but can you decide the outcome of the battle? As soon as he finished speaking, Liushang raised his purple sword, and circles of purple killing intent circled around the 6 fangs. Ramayana's shadow slowly condensed in the sky and rose into the clouds. His appearance was exactly the same as Ling Bai's. Ramayana raised his hand, and rings of purple chi swirled out of his palm, turning into a long sword and holding it in front of him. The energy in Ling Bai's body instantly became chaotic, and it continuously rushed through his meridians, limbs, and bones. However, the powerful energy aroused his burning desire, and his eyes were filled with excitement. The Liushang Zifeng trembled a few times in front of him, and the giant spiritual sword also swayed up and down. The terrifying sword force continued to rise. Wan Yiqian's face was dark as he waved his hands and pressed them against the cosmic light plate. Boom! Heaven and earth trembled as the sun, moon, and star will descended, crushing all forces. Wan Yiqian's body exploded continuously, and blood gushed out from his major apertures. He was obviously going all out. Ling Bai's body froze, as if he was in a state of absolute stillness. Then he raised the purple sword and stabbed it into the sky. Ramayana's sword also slashed out, piercing into the endless cosmic light. In an instant, countless space-time fragments crumbled, and the great changes in the world were instantly destroyed in front of his eyes. Boom! A terrifying light exploded and completely fused with the darkness, turning into pure power that shook in all directions. The heavens and earth shattered, and the 4 poles collapsed. Right at this moment, several streaks of vast energy appeared from the void and turned into a barrier that covered the entire area. If the force of the impact was allowed to disperse, the huge New Yen city would probably be turned into ruins with countless casualties. Yunxiao was also knocked back by the impact. However, his eyes never left the center of the battle. Ramayan's sword had shattered the sun, moon, and stars, and all the light of the universe had disappeared. Wan Yiqian coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. She held the cosmic light plate in her hands and retreated continuously. Her body was riddled with holes and blood spurted out continuously. Ling Bai also suffered from the backlash, and blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. However, his eyes were still bright, and his killing intent was soaring. He stared at Wan Yi and took 1,000 steps forward. Cough, cough. Wan Yiqian coughed violently and kept spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. He covered his mouth with one hand, but he still couldn't stop it. Didn't you say it very impassioned? Why did you stop? Ling Bai's every step caused the earth to shake. The aftermath of the sword that had shattered the cosmic light was still rippling in the surroundings, making it impossible for anyone to see. Cough, cough, cough. Wan Yiqian vomited blood violently, and his aura kept weakening. but he was not afraid at all. Instead, he laughed and said, "Do you think that my trump card is the cosmic disk? Ha ha ha. Cough, cough, cough." Ling Bai's body froze, and he suddenly felt the danger of death. The feeling was so real that he had never been so close to death in his life. All the pores on his body opened up in an instant, and the purple scales covering his body seemed to have sensed it as well. All of a sudden, they glowed with a demonic luster, as if they had stimulated endless potential. Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he said in horror, "That's Ing Luo." A ball of golden light appeared in the sky above Ling Bai. Then, a figure slowly appeared. The entire sky began to compress and collapse on the figure. The brutal space in the distance seemed to freeze for a moment. The power of the aftermath shrank and condensed into an extreme point. A golden hand appeared in front of the pole and grabbed it with 5 fingers. The space around him became extremely unreal, and ripples began to spread out around the fist as it traveled through spacetime. Great Illusion Fist. Since ancient times, everything in the world was extinguished by this punch. Everyone in Xinyan City held their breaths. Their eyes widened as they looked at the punch that pierced through time and space. "Eo Chongkong!" Duanmu Yoyu roared in shock and anger. "You actually launched a sneak attack like this. Do you still have any dignity left?" The angry voice turned into a line of impact, shaking everyone's mind. They all trembled and their eyes widened. The head of the 10 great conferred martial sovereigns, an almost invincible existence, had actually made a move. Ha ha ha. Then, Wan Yiqian's wild laughter rang out, and he kept coughing up blood. However, he still could not suppress his excitement. "My real last trump card is Ao Chongkong's punch. He owes me a favor back then, and now it's time for him to pay me back." Everyone held their breath, their faces full of shock as they looked at the invincible punch that no one could block. Bai Lingyue's pupils constantly contracted. Her face flushed red, and her whole body trembled with excitement. Ling Bai would definitely die under this punch. TSK, very perverted and violent in the day, very silly and naive at night. Suddenly, an extremely untimely teasing voice rang out and entered everyone's ears. A ray of white light appeared out of nowhere and turned into a beautiful halberd in front of Ling Bai. Countless runes flew off the halberd like dandelions, turning into a light blue luster. Snowflake-like crystals appeared on the entire halberd, and purple and green lightning flashed faintly, as if a world had spread out. "That's the vast ocean like dust." Yunxiao was horrified, and a carefree figure wearing a golden silk robe with blue patterns appeared in his eyes. Thousands of miles of ice seal 1,000 pieces of jade. Snow reflects the mountains and rivers, shocking the thunder. The figure grabbed the halberd and swept it out to meet the power of the fist. He had a feeling of sacrificing himself for justice. Wan Yiqian's eyes popped out in shock and anger. He pointed at the sky and trembled, but he couldn't say anything. He just kept coughing blood, and his body became weaker and weaker. Suddenly, a figure flew over and appeared in front of Ling Bai in an instant. The figure formed a seal with one hand and slammed it down. "I don't believe I can't kill you." Ling Bai turned around, as if the 2 shocking exchanges behind him had nothing to do with him. "In the end, will it still be between you and me?" 6 injuries raised his purple sword and blocked in front of him. Before Bai Lingyue's seal could land on the sword, a violent impact came. The vast ocean like dust was like a pearl thrown into the lake, causing waves. Then, the entire fist momentum landed on the halberd, making a heart-shaking tremble. Boom, boom, boom. The entire sky exploded, and the sun and moon lost their light. The universe was in chaos. Ao Chongkong, Zhuo Qingfan, Ling Bai, and Bai Lingyue were all sucked into the vortex. Ding Shan and Huangfu Bai were also shocked and retreated. They looked at the huge wind and waves in front of them with grave expressions. Anyone who touched it would die. If Chen Qian couldn't withstand the blow and fell from the sky after spitting out a mouthful of blood, she would fall to the ground and sit on the ground, only leaving behind a weak thread. Chen Zhongxi was shocked. He hurriedly went over to help him up and stuffed all kinds of healing holy items into his mouth. After a brief moment of compression, the massive spacetime energy storm continued to expand, slamming into the barrier set up by the experts outside. The world trembled, and the barrier's power began to recede. Xianxia stared at the center of the storm. The huge force blocked his divine sense, but he could still vaguely see the figures of the four people, though not real. In the face of this shocking scene, he became even more suspicious. His tyrant body tempering technique was given to him by 1,000, but only half of it was given to him. On the other hand, Ao Changkong owed him 1,000 favors. What was the relationship between these two? Moreover, judging from the fat and thin dude's test of his skills, Ao Changkong must have known that he was cultivating the tyrant body tempering technique. He must have known about it 20 years ago before he died. He retracted his gaze and looked around. He stared at the empty void and coldly said to himself, "Is it over? Or is this just the beginning?" Su Lianyi's entire body trembled as she said, "Just the beginning? What do you mean by that?" The corners of Yunxiao's mouth curled up slightly as he said, "I'm also curious if Ling Bai can survive today." "Of course he can't live." A strange sound rang in his ears. He saw the fat and thin dude standing not far away, both of them staring at him fiercely. "Everything is over now that young master has made his move," the fat monk shouted. "No one in the world can turn the tables." The skinny monk scratched his head and said, "But from the looks of it, the young master has also been involved in this. Although he will definitely be fine, the attack has already passed. If Ling Bai is still alive, wouldn't that ruin the young master's prestige?" Yeah. The fat monk also became worried and said with a harsh face, "It's all that Zhua Qingfan's fault. If it wasn't for him, Ling Bai would have been dead for sure." "It's hard to say now." The skinny monk suddenly patted his head and laughed. "Although young master owes Ling Bai 1,000 favors and is willing to make a move, who knows, when young master sees that Ling Bai is still alive, he might be so angry that he will make another move." "Who said that young master has to leave after one punch?" Yes. In that case, Ling Bai is dead for sure, and he won't sully young master's reputation." The fat monk was also overjoyed and clapped his hands in praise. "A second time? Humph. How could that be possible?" Yunxiao thought to himself. If Ao Changkong wanted to fight twice, he wouldn't have done it at this critical moment, but in an open and above-board battle. He looked at the center of the vortex, and the scene gradually became clear. Ao Changkong's attack was definitely Wan Yiqian's last trump card. From now on, the Merchant Union would no longer have any power left for Ling Bai. Ling Bai's life and death would depend on the attitude of the hidden experts around. This battle was earth-shattering, and it attracted almost all the experts of the North region, and even the entire world. It was just that everyone's interests were in check and balance, and they all bided their time and waited for the best opportunity. The cyclone in the center of the battlefield unraveled, slowly revealing the scene inside. The golden light on Ao Changkong's body vanished, and he returned to his normal skin color. His complexion was as calm as water, and there was no fluctuation on it. He stood in the sky just like that, but he attracted everyone's attention. Everyone held their breath as they looked at this invincible existence. Zhua Qingfan, on the other hand, was much more relaxed. The halberd was placed horizontally across his shoulders and suddenly slid down his back. He even sat on it, crossing his legs and swaying back and forth. The corners of his mouth held a trace of a smile, but his eyes were extremely vigilant. The two of them were speechless. They looked at each other and then glanced at Ling Bai and the other man. The two of them were swept into the storm, but they did not move at all. Bai Lingyua's palm was still 3 inches away from the purple sword, but her face was as pale as paper, and her eyes were dull. Ahem! He coughed violently and spat out a mouthful of blood. It was as if he had used up all his energy. His hair was in a mess and he took a few steps back in the air. "The heavens have still chosen my side," Ling Bai said indifferently. The purple-edged sword clanged and retracted its 6 fangs. It returned to its normal state and disappeared in a flash. Then, The wind blew and the snow fluttered. The malevolent face gradually disappeared and the body of the killer god began to shrink. The purple scales receded and he returned to his normal appearance. It was impossible to tell what was going on from Ramayana's face. At this moment, it was completely pale, without a trace of blood. Ling Bai's white robes fluttered in the wind as he turned around to leave. "Stop! Why didn't you kill me?" Bai Lingyue yelled, her face crazed. "Hee. My poor little brother. What's the difference between you and a dead man? If I keep you alive, you'll be like a rabid dog. When you're bored, I can even use you for fun. Isn't that good?" Ling Bai sneered coldly, but he did not stop walking. "Ah, I'm going to kill you." Bai Lingyue's aura became extremely violent, and it kept rising. It was extremely dangerous. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside him, and it was Li Yi. He said anxiously, "Lady Bai Lingyue, don't lose your mind. There's still time for revenge. Get lost. Die." Bai Lingyue shouted angrily and slapped him without looking. Li Yi was shocked, and a sense of extreme danger welled up within him. He hurriedly clenched his fists and placed them in front of him. Bang! With a single palm strike, he lost 3 liters of blood and shot into the sky, his body flying out like a kite with a broken string. Even though he was also a prominent figure in the world, not many people paid attention to him. Instead, they were staring at the other 4 people without blinking. "Even if I die, I'll take you down with me." Bai Lingyue had gone completely mad. She raised her strength to the maximum and used her white fingers as weapons to slash at him. Ling Bai stopped in his tracks. The wind blew, and the sky was filled with snow. "After decades of fighting, you've lost completely. You've lost so badly that you've lost all your skin. I'm tired too," he said softly. "Since you're tired, then have a good rest. Farewell, my poor little brother. Don't meet me again in your next life." A snowflake solidified in front of him, forming a hexagonal ice crystal. It was a beautiful sight. Time and space seemed to have stopped. Ling Bai raised her hand and pointed out a finger. It was so beautiful that it was like a small flower in the snow. I mean white snow. The snowflake merged with Bai Lingyi's violent aura, as if it had frozen her. A white finger ray shot through the air and pierced through his chest. The red blood mark that had just appeared was immediately frozen by the light blue ice and did not seep out. Bai Lingyue's violent pupils dilated and became calm. There was a trace of relief in her eyes, and a bitter smile appeared on her lips. "If there's a next life, I'll definitely trample you under my feet." After making his last wish, he closed his eyes and fell backward. Like a kite, he flew further and further away. "Ha! Still not convinced? What a stubborn character. I'll wait for you." Ling Bai's eyes were filled with a sneer. The white snow that had been flying around him disappeared. It was as if he was walking in an isolated area as he slowly walked past Ao Changkong and Zhuo Qingfan without even looking back. As the 3 figures gathered in the sky, an indescribable excitement surged in everyone's hearts. They were the 3 strongest among the 10 titled martial sovereigns. This was a scene that might not be seen again in this lifetime. No one moved, and there was no sound. Only Ling Bai moved, like the willow catkins, like the white snow, and like Bai Lingyue flying away. He also flew further and further away, disappearing from everyone's sight. "Phew, that crazy murderer is finally gone. I'm so scared." Zhuo Qingfan patted his chest in relief. He jumped up from the halberd and put away the vast ocean like dust. He smiled and said, "Brother Chongkong, that punch just now was so powerful. It almost killed me. Are you interested in having a drink or 2 and eating a few buns to calm your nerves?" "I'm not interested." Oh Chongkong flicked his sleeve, turned around, and left. It was as if he was too lazy to look at anything else. "Young master, wait for us," the fat and thin Duda cried out in alarm. He immediately turned into 2 rays of light and flew away. He landed behind Ao Changkong and muttered something before quickly disappearing. Yun Xiao breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. From the beginning to the end, Ao Changkong did not even look at him, which was an undisguised contempt. The reason was simple. At this moment, he didn't have the strength to make him look at him seriously. This was the cruel reality. No matter how strong you were in the past, at this moment, you could only bury your head in cultivation and chase after their footsteps, looking at their backs. But Xianxia was not angry or displeased. On the contrary, he felt relieved. This proved that the matter of the tyrant body tempering technique was over. Even if he used it openly in the future and the world knew about it, Ao Chongkong would not cause him any trouble. As for his status and his weight in the eyes of others, these were all insignificant floating clouds. As long as they kept walking on the road of martial Dao, they would meet again at the peak one day. Aya, what a boring person, Shuqing Fan grumbled. Wan Yiqian sat cross-legged on the ground with a gloomy face. He hissed, Shuqing Fan, the merchant union has never done you any wrong. How dare you ruin my plans today? You and I are irreconcilable. He had laid out layers upon layers of traps, and it was all about killing moves. He was almost certain that he would win, but the final critical strike had been destroyed by Shuqing Fan. How could he not be furious? How could he not feel his internal organs burning with rage? How could he not be enraged? Shuqing Fan hurriedly waved his hand. Lord Yiqian, you're already old. Please don't be angry. Why don't we have a cup of tea together to clear our fire and take it as my apology? When Wan Yiqian heard this, he was so angry that his beard trembled. He couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood, and the little bit of true essence he had just recovered dissipated again. Haha, drinking tea is good. This young master loves to drink tea. How could these ordinary people understand the way of tea? Brother Qingfan, why don't we go and have a few drinks together? Duanmu Yoyu clapped his hands and laughed. Shuqing Fan laughed. That's good. It's better for two people to drink than for one. I can even ask young Master Yu to read my fortune for free. There's no need to, Duanmu Yoyu said. From now on, you won't be able to buy anything in the merchant union no matter where you are. Ha ha ha. Shuqing Fan laughed out loud. He formed a hand seal with one hand, and his body turned into green smoke along with Duanmu Yoyu. In a daze, they disappeared into the sky without a trace. The main characters had all left, leaving only a lonely sky full of holes. The ground was filled with countless deep, charred holes. The area within hundreds of miles had been turned into ruins. At least a quarter of the entire New Yen city had been destroyed, and this was the result of the defensive barrier set up by the experts in the dark. Huang Fubai looked at Wan Yiqian and said, Brother Yiqian, take care of yourself. There are many days ahead. I'll take my leave now. Without waiting for Wan Yiqian's reply, his figure flashed in the sky and disappeared without a trace. Wan Yiqian couldn't help but cough violently, and instantly aged a lot. After all the effort, it ended in such a tragic ending, and the grand plan to rule the world had also become a bubble. Yun Xiao stepped forward and said, Brother Yiqian, Huang Fubai is right. We have a long way to go. Don't be depressed. Wan Yiqian let out a long sigh and shook his head. Everyone looked on in silence, each of them calculating their inner thoughts. After this battle, the merchant union was bound to go downhill, and they were all calculating the impact of their own interests. Lord 1000, you can recuperate at ease, Ding Shan said with concern. As long as I'm here, the merchant union will hold on, or even rise to a higher level. Wan Yiqian's pupils shrank, and his depressed and dispirited eyes suddenly became sharp. He shouted, Ding Shan, what's the meaning of this? It's nothing, Brother Yiqian, you're overreacting, Ding Shan said leisurely. I'm just saying that while Brother Yiqian is recuperating, I'll be the head of the merchant union. I'll do my best and live up to your trust. My ass! Wan Yiqian cursed and trembled with anger. Who needs you to be the head of the business alliance? If you can be the president of Tianyuan Trading Company, you will not let us down and you will not let us down. Ding Shan sighed. I just want to share Brother Yiqian's worries. Since you're not willing, I don't want to force you. But in my opinion, Brother Yiqian and Elder Chen Zhongxi have both been seriously injured, and the strength of Myriad Treasure Store has plummeted. It is no longer suitable for them to stay in the Business Alliance's Permanent Council. What? Wan Yiqian was so shocked that her eyes were about to fall out. and she screamed, "You're going to expel Myriad Treasure Store from the Council of the Business Alliance." The surrounding people were all stunned. Their faces were stiff, and their brains couldn't work. Myriad Treasure Store had led the business union for many years, and the title of the world's #1 chamber of commerce was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Today's battle also demonstrated its powerful strength. Now that Ding Shan had opened his mouth to propose Myriad Treasure Store to the Business Alliance Council, except for himself, no one could react. Yun Xiao choked as well. Although he had expected the division of the Merchant Union to happen sooner or later, he did not expect it to happen so soon and so openly. Ding Shan said, "Not expelled, but Myriad Treasure Store no longer has the ability to stay as a member of the board of directors. According to the rules of the Merchant Union, Brother Ichen can apply for it next time." What a joke! You think you can't do anything just because you say so? When did you have the right to make decisions in the Merchant Union? Although Myriad Treasure Store is weak at the moment, it's more than enough to eradicate Tianyuan Trading Company, Wan Yiqian shouted angrily. The Merchant Union is a place of rules, Ding Shan said. It's meaningless for Brother Yiqian to be so unreasonable. However, Tianyuan Trading Company had never been afraid of the unreasonable barbarians, and neither were the other members of the alliance. If Brother Yiqian wants to be so barbaric and arbitrary, then please lay down the rules. Today, all the heroes of the world are here, and they can be witnesses. You're teasing, cough, cough, cough. Wan Yiqi's injuries worsened, and he coughed violently, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Brother Yiqian is vomiting blood with all his might now. Ding Shan sighed. Could it be that you want to act pitiful and play the sad card? Eft. Wan Yiqian was so angry that she spat out a mouthful of blood that shot a few feet high. The true qi that he had used to recuperate had completely dissipated, and his injuries had fallen to the extreme. He was so angry that he couldn't speak, and his body kept trembling. Ding Shan. Chen Zhongxi was extremely anxious. He said angrily, "If you want to draw a path, then come. I'll take it." Everyone watched silently. Whether it was Wan Yiqian or Chen Zhongxi, they were no match for Ding Shan at this moment. A sense of vicissitude welled up in everyone's hearts. Was the era really going to change today? Ding Shan nodded and said, "That's good. As the Myriad Treasure Tower's head elder, you indeed have the qualifications to represent the Myriad Treasure Tower. How about this? I'll let you have 3 moves. If you win, Myriad Treasure Store will continue to stay on the board. If you lose, you'll be put under the name of my Tianyuan Trading Company." What? Chen Zhongxi was shocked. He also knew that he was definitely not Ding Shan's match, so he naturally could not agree to such a condition. Cough, cough. Brother Ding Shan's conditions are a little too harsh. Qian Shang couldn't stand it either, so he stepped out and said, "Why don't you wait for Brother Yiqian's injuries to recover before you have a martial arts duel? That'll be fair." Ding Shan sneered. "Brother Qiansheng, are you trying to collude with Myriad Treasure Store? What if Qian's injury is so serious that she can't recover for the rest of her life, and Myriad Treasure Store can stay in the Merchant Union for the rest of their lives?" Qiansheng was immediately rendered speechless and said, "This Bian." Wan Yiqian was also considered strong enough to not be angered to death. He gritted his teeth and said, 3 years. Give this old man 3 years to recover from my injuries. At that time, I will fight you to the death." Ding Shan's eyelids slightly twitched, and he coldly said, 3 years? Do you think my time is as worthless as yours? Sorry, I really don't have the patience. Moreover, the tide rises and falls, the flowers bloom and wither, the change of forces is a very normal thing. Can you stop the wheel of the times by yourself? Accept your fate. Although it's tragic, this is the choice of the times. The 9 aurora lights gathered in his palm and shone out like a wheel of light. Wan Yiqian's face was full of unwillingness, anger, and a trace of despair in his eyes. The choice of the era? Did you say that from your mouth? Even if this old man can't follow the pulse of the times, I can kill you at any time. Wan Yiqian's body surged with a violent aura, and his dantian lit up. He formed a hand seal and slapped it on the cosmic light plate. A light appeared, and time flowed. "You coward!" Ding Shan was startled and hurriedly jumped away. He said in a deep voice, "You want to self-destruct your Dantian and cosmic light plate? Do you want to die without an intact corpse? Do you not have any dignity? Ha ha! Killing you will be the greatest honor." Wan Yiqian had already gone all out. Her eyes were filled with determination. She had to kill Ding Shan. The cosmic light plate was activated to its maximum, and the sun, moon, and star wheels appeared again and spread into the sky. Sigh who can break through fame and fortune. I'll roam the great void. A soft sigh was heard, followed by a yellow rune falling from the sky and pressing on the cosmic light plate. It vaguely turned into the shadow of a palace and shook it. Following that, a light circle appeared in the air. It was actually a sleeve, and with a wave it kept the cosmic light plate. A simple man in a gray robe appeared in the air. There was no expression on his face, and he was just looking at the people below casually. Wan Yiqian was shocked. His connection with the cosmic light plate had been cut off. Although he had not completely refined this treasure, he had been immersed in it for dozens of years and had refined more than half of it. How could it be so easily destroyed? There must be something strange about the yellow talisman that had suppressed his connection with the cosmic light plate. After losing the cosmic light plate, Wan Yiqian hurriedly suppressed the violent energy in her dantian. It circulated wildly in her body and prevented it from exploding. Kanggu Qiong, what is the meaning of this? His eyes were filled with anger. At this moment, he finally understood that the person behind Ding Shan must be him. No wonder the situation had developed to this point. The sanctuary's ruler had intervened. He's actually Lord Kanggu Qiong. The crowd in the distance was shocked, and some martial artists looked confused. It was obvious that they did not know this person, and only after a little inquiry did they turn pale. Even the Holy Regent's Council is here. My God, today's trip was not in vain. To be able to see so many big shots, even if I die in the turmoil, it would be worth it. Many people were extremely excited. 1,000 lords, Kanggu Qiong replied. It's just a fight for fame and fortune. Is there a need to gamble your life? Is Darren's life worth this grievance? Humph! Wan Yiqian's face was full of sneers, and he cursed in his heart. Darren didn't appear earlier or later, but only appeared now to save Ding Shan's life. I don't know what your intentions are. Could Ding Shan be a puppet you planted in the merchant union? After the failure of self-destructing his dantian, he had calmed down. It was better to live than to die. It was never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. He didn't want to die anymore, so he decided to go all out and directly expose what he was thinking. As expected, the crowd immediately broke into all sorts of discussions. Kanggu Qiong's expression changed slightly, and a hint of anger flashed across his face. Master Yiqian's good intentions really don't get rewarded. I took action to save you, but since you don't appreciate it, then forget it. You can continue doing what you want. I don't care. He flicked his sleeves and was about to leave. Wan Yiqian was instantly dumbfounded and almost fainted from anger again. He forcefully suppressed the force of the Dantian's self-destruction, causing his already seriously injured body to be injured again. Furthermore, he had lost the cosmic light plate. He didn't even have a trump card that could bring Ding Shan down with him. He had completely become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. That's right, he's really not a good person. Now that Lord Kanggu Qiong is gone, let's see how he dies. Ding Shan also shook his head with a sigh, as if saying that he was disappointing. In the crowd, Ning Qiyun whispered, Father, it seems that Myriad Treasure's store is in trouble. I'm afraid the merchant union is going to change hands. Should we make a move? Make a move. Ning Kuei's eyelids twitched, and he smiled. Why did you attack? Wouldn't it be better to let the merchant union develop on its own? The Divine Cloud Palace was behind the Star and Moon School, so it wouldn't be affected. I already knew that Ding Shan wasn't an ordinary person, and now that the person behind him has also appeared, it might not be a bad thing. Most of the fear comes from the unknown. Although Ding Shan is strong now, we don't need to fear him anymore. Ning Qiyun nodded. That's true. It's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Ding Shan wouldn't dare to do anything to the Star Moon School. Ding Shan walked towards the 1001 step by step. Every step was very steady. The space fluctuations were slightly rippling. The fluctuations in everyone's heart seemed to indicate the birth of a new order in the Merchant Union. Sigh who can break through fame and fortune. I'll roam the great void. Suddenly, he let out another long sigh. With a flash of his white clothes, Yun Xiao stood in front of Wan Yiqian, facing Ding Shan who was approaching step by step. Everyone's heart trembled slightly as they focused their gazes and looked at him in shock. Now, everyone could see that Myriad Treasure Store was on the verge of collapse. Even Qian Shang, Han Junting, and the others would not force themselves to stand up for him. His appearance had also surprised Wan Yiqian. Han Junting's eyes flickered as she stared at Yun Xiao without blinking. Ding Shan's expression changed even more, and he said coldly, "Li Yun Xiao, what do you mean by this?" "It's nothing," Yun Xiao said. "It's just that the so-called new order of the Merchant Union you mentioned may not suit my taste. That's why I can only stop this new order from coming." "Nonsense," Ding Shan angrily rebuked, but his expression instantly eased, and he said in a harmonious voice, "Li Yun Xiao, is Linger all right?" Yun Xiao's expression remained unchanged, but he frowned slightly and said, "Of course it's good, but what does this have to do with you? From the beginning to the end, I've always been the father of that little girl Ling Ding Shan sighed. "Your sister." Yun Xiao could not help but curse. "Is there such a shameless person like you in this world? But that's normal. Your shamelessness is already known to the world." Ding Shan frowned and said, "The kindness of raising you for the past 20 years, the love between father and daughter. How can you erase it with your own wishful thinking? Where was she? I want to see her. It's better for us to talk about some things face to face." With a cold smile, Yun Xiao raised his hand, and a golden light shot out of his palm, turning into the Divine Realm tablet and slowly flying up. The steel glowed with a brilliant light, and all kinds of runes flashed. A dense mist rose into the sky. "She's in my supreme grade profound level weapon. I'm very grateful for your father-daughter relationship. She's very depressed at the moment. I hope you can go in and visit her." Yun Xiao smiled and narrowed his eyes, but a cold gleam flickered in the depths of his pupils. "A supreme grade profound level weapon? He just said that this is a supreme grade profound level weapon." Yun Xiao's introduction immediately stirred up the crowd in the distance, and they were all shocked. "I've long heard that he has a supreme grade profound level weapon. I can't believe it's true." As expected of Martial Sovereign Vanquisher, he actually dared to show it in front of all the experts in the world. "I don't think it's possible. Isn't Noah's ship the only supreme grade profound artifact? What's with that stone tablet? Does he really think he's Gu Feiyong? I'm afraid he'll be dismembered before he can even walk out of New Yen City. Haha. I've really broadened my horizons today. Not only have all the experts in the world appeared, even the transcendent grade profound level weapons have appeared. Haha. This is so satisfying." All sorts of discussions rose one after another, most of them extremely excited. Ding Shan took a look at the Divine Realm tablet, and his heart was slightly stirred. His arm couldn't help but tremble a little, but he quickly regained his composure and said, "No one wants to see such a thing happen. I can understand Ling Er's mood at the moment. However, love can't be compared to the major event of the change of times. Moreover, the instigators of the 9 Yin and 9 Yang events are all 1,000. His eyes were filled with coldness as he glared at Wan Yiqian. He gritted his teeth and said, "It was this sanctimonious hypocrite who gave me a fake pill recipe, which led to an accident during the refining process, causing the tragic deaths of more than 10 powerful cultivators. Even my son has lost his life. All these blood debts must be paid in blood today." He had cleverly turned the embarrassment of not daring to enter the Divine Realm tablet into hatred for Wan Yiqian. At the same time, he blamed Wan Yiqian for shamelessly extracting other people's true essence. It was actually so logical and without any conflict. Even Yun Xiao was taken aback. For the first time, he felt that he was at a disadvantage in a competition of intelligence. "What? Was it the one who caused Wan Yiqian's death? What's going on? Ding Shan's act of extracting the true origins of 18 martial emperor powerhouses had long been notorious. Everyone in the world knew about it, but no one dared to voice their anger. Now that they heard this, they all revealed strange expressions. If it's really Wan Yiqian's doing, then it's really like trying to steal a chicken but losing the rice. You've shot yourself in the foot. I don't think so. To frame the opponent and make the opponent become a divine transcendence, Wan Yiqian was a little pedantic and stupid, but he was not that stupid. Otherwise, how did the merchant union survive all these years? I think this is a good idea. Therefore, the merchant union was getting worse year by year. After Songyue City was reduced to ruins, New Yen City would follow in its footsteps. It's better to take over the power as soon as possible and set up a new rule. Wan Yiqian's originally pale face instantly turned red with anger, but he didn't know how to refute. After all, he had indeed deliberately spread that fake pill recipe for Ding Shan to obtain, but Ding Shan extracting the true essence of 18 people was completely unrelated to him. He could only stammer in anger. You, nonsense, shameless, lies. Humph. Ding Shan coldly snorted. Whether it's nonsense or not, we'll see. I'll now take revenge for those powerhouses who died unjustly and for my son. He flew forward and passed by Xianxia at lightning speed, then put his hands together in an incantation gesture and pointed at Wan Yiqian's forehead. If Wan Yiqian was completely at the end of her rope, it would be impossible for her to block his attack. As long as he could cut the Gordian knot and kill 1,000 of them, everything would be set. Not only would the reorganization of the merchant union no longer be obstructed, but all of his disgraceful acts could be blamed on him. After all, history was decided by the victors. He was fast, but Xianxia was faster. Under the focus of his gaze, the space where Wan Yiqian was directly distorted, turning into a phantom that was shattered by Ding Shan's finger. Wan Yiqian was directly teleported 1,000 feet away by Xianxia's eye power. Do you really want to go against me? Ding Shan's expression sank, as if he was uncertain whether to make a move or not. In the distance, Kangwu Qiong's face was solemn, and his eyes flickered with a complicated light. It would be easy if someone else attacked, but the key was Xianxia. He did not want to expose his true thoughts unless he was absolutely confident that he could kill Xianxia in one strike. And with Ding Shan's ability, he was certainly unable to kill Xianxia. Sir Kangwu Qiong, do you feel it's difficult to deal with it? Just as he was feeling conflicted, a voice suddenly entered his ears, causing his body to tremble. It's you. You're here too. The voice hummed an acknowledgement and said, if my lord really wants to kill Gu Feiyang, now is not the time to do so. Oh? Do you have any good ideas? Kangwu Qiong was bewildered for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure and transmitted his voice to the voice. The voice snorted and said, it's a surprise that Gu Feiyang is still alive, and the rumors about him make me even more restless. You're afraid of the true dragon Dharmakaya in his holy artifact, right? Yes, Kangwu Qiong replied. The origin of this saint artifact is extremely great. Even I can't find out all the information about it. No one knows exactly how many experts there are, but the only known existence is the true dragon Dharmakaya. If that's the case, all the more we can't make a move now, the voice said. Firstly, this place was too chaotic, and there were many people hiding in the dark. Who knew what they were thinking? Besides, if we show up and join hands, we'll definitely be talked about. Even if we kill Gu Feiyang, it won't be glorious. If we don't kill him, we'll become a laughingstock. That's what I'm worried about, Kangwu Qiong replied. If that's the case, tell Ding Shan to stop. The voice said, there are too many chances to kill Gu Feiyang because too many people want to kill him. Kangwu Qiong nodded, then raised his head and said, whether Ding Shan stops or not is none of my business. He's not my subordinate. Tisk. Why is your excellency pretending? Do you think I'm an idiot? The voice sneered. Without your support, would Ding Shan be able to get to where he is now? Just now, letting Ling Bai go was also something that you council members had discussed, right? Kangwu Qiong's face changed slightly, and he said, what nonsense are you talking about? Ling Bai is a martial sovereign of the Holy Region. Naturally, the Holy Region will not do anything to him. Ha ha ha. The voice couldn't help but laugh. Milord has truly stayed in the Holy Region for too long, treating everyone in the world as fools. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that as long as Ling Bai was around, the Merchant Union would always have a life-threatening sword hanging over their heads, and they would have no choice but to rely on the sanctuary. If Ling Bai is dead, the enemy of the Merchant Union will be eliminated, and it will be difficult for the Sacred Zone to control the Merchant Union. That's just a wild guess, Kangwu Cheong said coldly. You can't take it seriously. The man sneered. Whether it's true or not, you know it in your heart. At the same time, it's my personal matter. You don't have to worry. That's all I have to say. I'll contact you later about the way to deal with Gu Feiyong. After that, there was no more sound. Kangwu Cheong looked in the direction of the sound and saw that it came from the belly of a martial artist. The martial artist was only a 2-star martial sovereign, and he looked dull. Yun Xiao teleported Wan Yiqian to a distant place, where he was protected by many experts of Myriad Treasure's store, and then said, "Going against you is something that will happen sooner or later. This young master has thought about it carefully. In any case, we will meet sooner or later, so why not choose a day and meet it now?" Ding Shan's heart was burning with anger. He had watched Yun Xiao grow up, and at this moment he regretted not killing him when he found out his identity. Now he had raised a tiger which would bring him trouble. He suddenly frowned when he heard Kangwu Cheong's voice transmission, asking him to stop. His frown deepened. Although he had submitted to Kangwu Cheong on the surface, he would never be willing to submit to someone else. If he missed this opportunity to unite the Merchant Union, he would probably not have another chance in the future. He was even more hesitant. Kangwu Cheong's pupils constricted as if he could read Ding Shan's mind, and a cold glint flickered in his eyes. Ding Shan pondered for a while and slowly said, "Li Yun Xiao, since you're going to stand up for Wani, and you and I have a deep relationship, and you might even become my son-in-law, I can't ignore your feelings. How about this? As long as you can take 3 of my palm strikes, I'll let this matter go. I'll agree to let him lead Myriad Treasure's store out of the Merchant Union, and we'll have nothing to do with each other from now on. What do you think?" Yun Xiao was taken aback for a moment before he began to think carefully. In front of the world, he believed that no matter how shameless and cunning Ding Shan was, he would not go back on his word. Kangwu Cheong's face flashed with joy, and he secretly praised Ding Shan's wit. Even if he could not kill Yun Xiao in 3 moves, he could at least probe his strength and even seriously injure him. Then it would be much easier to kill Yun Xiao next. "Yes," Yun Xiao said. "If I can take 3 of your moves, not only will Myriad Treasure's store leave the Merchant Union, but the Empyrean 1 Pavilion will also leave." In the distance, Su Liani's entire body trembled as she revealed a look of great joy. "Oh?" Ding Shan frowned. "When did you become the master of Empyrean 1 Pavilion?" "Yes," Su Liani hurriedly shouted. "Everything Lord Yun Xiao has said represents Empyrean 1 Pavilion." Humph! Ding Shan was extremely unhappy, but since Myriad Treasure Store had already given up, it was not unacceptable to abandon Empyrean 1 Pavilion. He said, "All right, I'll do as you say, but you have to be careful. Don't lose your life in 3 moves." A vast and mighty force spread out. Ding Shan raised his arms and formed a ball in front of him. From all directions, the colors of the aurora's red, yellow, green, blue, purple all converged into it, creating a beautiful scene. Yun Xiao was on full alert as he took a few steps back. He formed a hand seal and transformed into the 3-headed and 6-armed Transcendence golden body. Layers of golden light glowed on his skin, like the scorching sun. The appearance of his Dharmakaya shocked the people around him, and they all looked over. Not only was the golden body dazzling like Ao Changkong's physical technique, but the 3-headed and 6-armed statue was also unheard of. Yun Xiao put his palms together in front of him and shouted. The immemorial heaven's eye between his brows opened, and countless black demonic chi gushed out and began to fill his entire body. On his golden skin, hundreds and thousands of demonic patterns were imprinted. His other 4 arms were holding a hammer, a sword case, a frost sword, and a Chiaki imperial saber. In the face of divine transcendence, he didn't dare to be careless and hide his strength. He immediately revealed his strongest state. Both the cultivation techniques and the mystic artifacts in Xianxia's hands were rare and peerless treasures in the world. However, they were mixed and not refined, and he could not chew on too many. As a result, many of them could only exert a little power. Ding Shan's expression became serious, and the ball of light in his hand rapidly spun. It continuously condensed the power in all directions while compressing it. The colorful light became fainter and fainter, gradually turning into pure white light. Xianxia only saw a figure flash in front of him, and Ding Shan disappeared from where he was, leaving only a terrifying white beam of sunlight in front of him. 9 polar sunders. Ding Shan's ice-cold voice transmitted over. The chill penetrated into the bone, forming a contrast with that blazing white light. Xianxia was shocked. The power of this move was far beyond his estimation. Even when he was fighting against Lingbai, he did not have such a powerful strength. Wan Yiqian's face was gloomy, and he didn't say a word. Damn it! Xianxia gritted his teeth and cursed. Behind him, he raised the heavenly hammer in his arm, and a thunder world opened up. All the thunder and lightning in the sky gathered inside it, and he suddenly smashed down. At the same time, he formed a seal with his hands, forming a heaven and earth seal. Boundless golden light flashed and blasted out. Boom! The thunder world crumbled in an instant, and then the mark of heaven and earth disintegrated as well. Xianxia was struck by the 9 extreme supremes and swallowed by the terrifying power. When the white light shone on his body, it split into countless auroras. It was as if thousands of blades were slashing down. Countless wounds appeared on the indestructible golden body. Some of the white light even directly broke through his defense and shot into his body, cutting his limbs and bones. It was extremely painful. Your sister. Why didn't you act this way when you were beating up Lingbai? Xianxia cried out in pain as his skin and flesh were torn open and blood gushed out everywhere. Raise your sword, he shouted as he raised an arm behind his back. A silver glint appeared on the heaven's light sword case, and it seemed to be able to penetrate the white glint. A wave of sword chi spread out like an umbrella and filled the sky. Only then did the pain on Xianxia's body ease a little, but a large part of his muscles were still cut open, and some of his bones were even faintly visible. Not bad. Take my second move. Ding Shan's ice-cold voice sounded again. What? What? Xianxia was taken aback and said angrily, Do you still have any shame? 3 moves in a row. Ding Shan sneered. Why do you care about 3 moves? If you can't take it, then go to hell. A strong wind gathered and wrapped around the white light. The power of the white light increased several times. Xianxia was greatly shocked. The astral wind gave him a very familiar feeling. It was the primordial astral wind of the outer starry sky, exactly the same as the stupid crocodile. What he didn't know was that the immemorial astral wind in Ding Shan's hands was half of the crocodile's body. When he fought Di Jun in Songyue City, half of the crocodile was devoured by his scattered world. That was how Xianxia managed to get the other half in the Dragonized Pool, where the bones were buried. The second move, Aurora Shift. The light and wind gradually combined together, forming a storm of light and shadow. It was seamless. All the pores on Xianxia's body stood on end as a great sense of danger spread in his heart. He could not care less about the pain in his skin at the moment. He pointed in the air with one hand, and the 36 northern heaven-cold star swords formed a formation. It was as if the galaxy of stars was in the sky, and there were thousands of sword shadows that were floating up and down. He then clenched his 6 arms, and a golden ball appeared in each of them before slowly rising into the air. His hands quickly formed a series of hand seals, and the devil sky armor appeared in a flash. He wore it on his body, and a vast demonic power rippled out in all directions. The golden balls gathered in front of him, as if the vast golden universe was being held in front of him. Star Jade Explosion. Xianxia pointed at the golden universe with one hand and raised the other high. The violent aura in the golden whirlpool exploded, and a golden light rushed up along with his finger gesture. It directly pierced through the world of silver sword chi formed by the million sword illustration. Golden light gushed out and shot into the aurora storm. Boom! The storm trembled violently, and the sky kept collapsing. The terrifying power collapsed layer by layer and spread in all directions. In particular, the aurora power released by the soldiers turned into 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. It constantly broke through the sky, and the screams of a large number of martial artists came from the distance, causing an indiscriminate impact. This Ding Shan is indeed a cunning old fox. When he fought with Ling Bai before the life and death stage, he was able to hold back and his performance was mediocre. But now, he's showing off and his strength has doubled. A ray of light suddenly shot out from the sky and shot towards Ning Qiyun. She caught it with one hand and extinguished it in front of her. Their faces immediately darkened as they spoke one after another, extremely dissatisfied. Hee. Ning Kuei chuckled. He's a treacherous man. He's very dangerous. Fortunately, the person behind him has been exposed. The danger is much less. Can Li Yunxiao withstand 3 of his moves? Ning Qiyun asked worriedly. The second move was already so fierce. What if he used another move? His tone was full of worry. Ning Kuei frowned and said, if Ding Shan is dangerous, then Li Yunxiao is even more dangerous than him. I don't know if he can withstand the third move, but I know that if he doesn't have the ability, he wouldn't have agreed so rashly. Ning Qiyun said, I hope so, Jinjin. The terrifying aurora's storm kept pressing down, and the thousands of silver lights in the sea of swords were all shattered. The power of the star jade explosion was also crushed. With the sword in his right hand, Yunxiao performed an incantation gesture with his left hand and pinched the blade. Sword intent kept swirling around the cold sword, and the blade kept trembling under the tremendous pressure. Sword whirled. His left hand formed a seal and pressed down lightly. Clang! He hit the body of the sword, and a circle of sword light spread in all directions. It was aimless, and it emitted a dazzling light. Boom! The countless sword circles were stopped by the aurora lights and exploded. Boom! In the end, the aurora storm fell on Yunxiao, and the runes on the Devil Sky silk crumbled and disintegrated. Ah! A violent roar came from the storm. It was an unyielding will and a stubborn soul. The aurora constantly shattered his body, and the immemorial astral wind blew away his skin. The wound turned yellow, and no blood flowed out. The moisture in his body was constantly eroded, and his muscles shriveled. You want to kill me? In your dreams. A furious roar rang out, and then Yunxiao's body began to break apart, turning into wisps of lightning and thunder. Then, the storm was cut open by a sword chi, and a purple thunder dragon broke through the sky, its roar shaking the 9 heavens. All the martial artists in the city trembled. The dragon's roar seemed to come from far away, resounding in everyone's heart and not dissipating for a long time. Outside the aurora storm, the purple dragon soared into the sky and stretched out its 5 claws to grab the storm. Endless lightning gathered in its palm and shook into it. Bang! 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 The storm was filled with countless lightning bolts and gradually turned into a light green color. The light and wind elements were constantly weakened by the devouring of the lightning dragons. Ding Shan's brows furrowed. The 5 fingers of his right hand were clenched tightly, and the veins on his fist were bulging. His face was filled with a struggling expression, as if he was hesitating about something. Bang! The storm gradually weakened, and the purple dragon broke into pieces, turning into specks of lightning that drifted in the air before regathering 100 feet away and transforming into Yunxiao's body. Her skin was white and flawless, without the slightest wound. His face was so pale that it was almost transparent, and the blood vessels in his arms and body could be seen with the naked eye. It was originally bloodless, but after he spat out a mouthful of blood, it started to flush red. You can block 2 of my moves. Although it's within my expectations, I'm still very surprised, Ding Shan said in a deep voice. There are many more surprises. Xiao sneered. Didn't you say you wanted 3 moves in a row? Why didn't you move in the last move? Shan said, you definitely can't take the last move. I don't want to kill you. After all, there is no real enmity between you and me. On the contrary, there is Ling Er's origin. You're telling jokes again, Xiao said. You're telling jokes again. Shan frowned and said, why are you so stubborn? You know your current state very well. Not to mention my 3rd extreme form. Even if I were to use the 9 extreme Polaris divine art, you wouldn't be able to withstand it. Why do ignorant people always like to interpret others with their own thoughts? Xiao said coldly. Why do you think so? There are many things in this world that you can't understand with your intelligence. He made a hand seal, and a huge black shadow surged behind him, forming a true fiend Dharma idol in the air. The 3 ferocious faces had different forms. The 6 arms each made a hand seal. All of them had evil smiles on their faces as they looked coldly at the ground. What the hell is this? All the warriors in the city were shocked and hurriedly retreated. MO skills. It's an unparalleled demonic technique. Someone recognized him and exclaimed. Li looked up, his face filled with fear and disbelief. A feeling of despair was spreading in his heart, and he kept moving forward. Every time he made a leap that ordinary people could not reach, he was always full of confidence that he could trample Xiao under his feet and ravage him. However, there wasn't a single time that he wasn't disappointed to the point of despair. No matter how fast he improved, no matter how abnormal he was, it was as if he would never be able to catch up to that figure. Not only that, the gap was still constantly widening, so much so that he was disheartened and even completely destroyed. He felt a heart-wrenching pain. He pinched his fingers into his flesh, and only then did he feel a little more comfortable. The air in his chest was like a millstone pressing down, almost suffocating. Shan, the last move come. Xiao took a deep breath and made a hand seal. There were no changes to his body, but demonic chi kept surging out of his body, and the true fiend Dharma idol grew stronger and stronger. Stars and clouds surged around the Dharma idol. Demonic soldiers could be vaguely seen, exuding a vast power. Shan stared at the 3-headed, 6-armed true devil giant spirit for a while and said, no need for the 3rd move, you've passed. What? Shan actually gave up. Everyone was shocked, thinking that they had heard wrong. Kangwu Qiong's eyes narrowed as well, and a cold light shot out of them. He seemed to be thinking about something. Ning Qiyun was also shocked. Why would this Kongtong Shan give up on the 3rd move? Yunxiao's true fiend Dharma idol seems to be very powerful, but even I can sense that it's strong on the outside but weak on the inside. It's impossible for him not to see that. The possibility of Xiao taking the 3rd move is too low. Perhaps it's because he thought that Xiao couldn't take it, Ning Kuei said. That's why he gave up. What's with this buy-in? Father's words have made me confused. Ning Qiyun's eyebrows furrowed. Ning Kuei sighed. Shan is indeed a villainous hero. His schemes are unfathomable. The Kangwu Qiong wanted to control him, he was playing with fire. Shan did not want to kill Xiao because he did not want to cause big trouble. After all, Che Yu was even stronger than him, and killing Xiao would only make him a lot of strong enemies. Second, he wants to use Xiao to counter Kangwu Qiong. Use Xiao to counter Kangwu Qiong? What do you mean? Ning Qiyun asked. The agreement of 3 moves is most likely Kangwu Qiong's idea, Ning Kuei said. He wants to kill Li Yunxiao with Shan's hand. But Shan was not stupid. Although he also wanted Xiao to die, he did not want him to die in his hands. As soon as Xiao leaves New Yen City, he will most likely be killed by Kangwu Qiong, and then the trouble will be directed to Kangwu Qiong. Ning Qiyun was stunned. So complicated? Was Shan's mind really so meticulous? Could it be that you're overthinking it, father? Hee. You're overthinking? Ning Kuei smiled and said, I'm afraid I'm thinking too little. There was another point. Shan's strength did not seem to be what he had shown. He did not make a 3rd move and continued to hide his strength. When he proposed the 3-move agreement, he most likely already thought of this result. If that's the case, then this man is too terrifying. Ning Qiyun said resentfully. Ning Kuei frowned and said, "That's scary. If Ding Shan is thinking of this, then what is Li Yunxiao thinking? Don't tell me he can withstand Ding Shan's third move." Ahem. Yunxiao coughed twice in the battle ring and said, "I didn't hear wrong, did I? You're not going to make a move for the third move." Ding Shan nodded and said, "That devil's giant spirit's power is boundless. It's definitely not as simple as I thought. I probably can't kill you even with a third move. I won't humiliate myself." "Oh? Is this your true feelings?" Yunxiao asked playfully. Of course. Ding Shan's expression did not change. He turned and left, no longer attacking Yunxiao. From now on, Myriad Treasure Store and Empyrean 1 Pavilion are expelled from the Merchant Union, he announced loudly after taking a few steps. His casual words would affect the overall situation of the world for decades and affect the hearts of countless people. "Thank you for your hard work," Kangwu Qiong said. Ding Shan's footsteps stopped beside him and he said, "I should. However, I've already severely injured him. I'm afraid it'll take at least a year or so for him to recover." "Thank you," Kangwu Qiong nodded and said. "Leave the rest to me." "Thank you for your trouble," Ding Shan said. The conversation between the two was short and simple, and they both used secret voice sending so outsiders could not see anything. Ding Shan continued to step forward. Everyone's eyes were on him. He was the one who had benefited the most from the Battle of Nuyen City and the newly rising overlord of the world. "Are you sure you can't kill him with the third move?" Kangwu Qiong transmitted his voice again. Ding Shan's footsteps paused, and the corners of his mouth raised into a smile. He said, "Who knows? I understand," Kangwu Qiong replied. In the silence of the sky, the two figures crossed each other. Yunxiao retracted his true fiend Dharma idol and his aura, and a faint smile appeared on his pale face. When everyone saw that such a thrilling battle had ended just like that, they couldn't help but be extremely disappointed, all of them endlessly grumbling. After this battle, New Yen City's vitality has been greatly damaged, and it needs time to reorganize. My friends, you came all the way here to help me. I am very grateful. However, I must send you off now. There were 4 teleportation formations in New Yen City. 2 of them had been destroyed, and the remaining 2 were in the endless desert outside the city. Ding Shan ordered the city to be sealed for 10 days to carry out the reorganization, and asked Old Lai to take all the people who were not from the city to the 2 teleportation points. "Li Yunxiao, I've expelled Myriad Treasure Store and Empyrean 1 Pavilion from the Merchant Union. If they can't all leave within 10 days, the Merchant Union will accept them on their behalf." With the foundation of Myriad Treasure Store and Empyrean 1 Pavilion, it was impossible to evacuate all of them within 10 days. Wan Yiqian and Su Liani's faces turned ugly. Yunxiao smiled and said, "Don't worry. 10 days is enough for us to take away the important things. As for fixed assets such as land deeds, we will sell them to the Star and Moon School and the Money Sect at a discount. We will not leave you a single primordial stone." "Humph, that's good." Ding Shan's face twitched. Realizing that he had been snubbed, he unhappily turned around and left. "Brother Yiqian, the current situation can be considered a great fortune in the midst of misfortune," Yunxiao said. "Let's go back and think about it. As long as the Green Mountain is here, there will be a day where we can return the favor." Wan Yiqian nodded and said with a myriad of emotions, "This time, it's all thanks to you, Fei Yang." "You don't have to be so polite," Yunxiao said. "It's my duty." At this moment, those martial artists who were invited by the Myriad Treasure Tower also took their leave one after another, all with rather awkward expressions. Wan Yiqian sighed. "Thank you, everyone, for your help today. I'll always remember it. I should. After exchanging a few words, they flew into the air. They traveled together and did not take the teleportation array that Old Lai was in charge of. Instead, they flew directly out of the city and left using the warship. Although it would take a lot of time, he felt more at ease. In case he had Ding Shan on the inside and Ling Bai on the outside, both of whom were unparalleled enemies. In addition to his severe injuries, it would be extremely unwise to associate with him at this time. If he understood this, it wouldn't be good to force them to stay. Sir 1000, please rest well. I'll take my leave first. Li Yi walked up lazily, his eyes fixed on his fiddling fingernails. He blew off the dust and said, Lord Dingshan has become the new leader of the Merchant Union. I still have to congratulate him on behalf of the Red Moon City. I'll take my leave now. He cupped his hands and sneered. When you pass by the Red Moon City one day, remember to come in and have a cup of tea. Ha ha ha. Wan Yiqian's body trembled with anger, but he quickly calmed down. Life was unpredictable, and that was probably the case. Li Yi raised his eyes and glared at Yunxiao. He wanted to throw out a few harsh words, but he could not say them. All he could do was snort heavily and leave with a flick of his sleeves. Yunxiao found it funny, as he was quite interested in Li Yi's strength. When he was outside of Red Moon City, he had devoured part of Tengguang's martial Wu Dao fruit and part of Shang's power. He seemed to have gained a lot, but now he could not see through it. This kid's luck is not small, and he has the bloodline of the myriad demon mother, which allows him to absorb the power of the demon race very thoroughly. I'm very curious to see how far he can go in this era. Wan Yiqian followed Yunxiao's gaze and said, Feiyang knows this person? Ah, I forgot that you and he both came from the state of Tianshui in the southern region. Yunxiao nodded. That's right. I'm a reincarnated person. It's not strange at all that I have my current cultivation base. On the other hand, this kid, who has an absolutely ordinary body, was able to become the deputy city master of Red Moon City. He's really quite lucky, Wan Yiqian said with a gloomy face. Humph. There are many demons in troubled times. This kind of clown won't be able to keep jumping around for long. Maybe, Yunxiao smiled and said, The world is cold. Brother Yiqian, you don't need to be so emotional. Let's go back and rest first. We'll think about it again. I guess this is the only way. Thousands of feelings welled up in his heart. He turned his head to look at the bustling crowd in the distance, all of whom were congratulating Dingshan. His gaze fixed on one of them, and he loudly shouted, Kanggu Qiong, give me back my cosmic light plate. Everyone immediately quieted down and looked over. Kanggu Qiong's expression changed slightly. The killing intent of the cosmic light plate is too strong, and the 1,000 lords are too impatient to use such a profound level weapon. I'll take it back to the Holy Region and wait for my lord to calm down before coming to the Holy Region to retrieve it. With this excuse, everyone could tell that he didn't want to return it, but as the director of the council, he couldn't openly snatch it, or he would become the subject of gossip. You're a bandit. If Yiqian was so angry that he cursed out loud and did not return it in front of all the heroes in the world, it would be impossible for him to get it back when he went to the Holy Region to find him in the future. The cosmic light plate was a profound level weapon. The other half of it was called the universe light plate. The combination of the two was famous even in the ancient times. It was no wonder Kanggu Qiong was so tempted by such a precious treasure that he did not even care about his reputation. Kanggu Qiong's face darkened as he said coldly, In case, shut up. You still have the face to take back a profound level weapon that was thrown out. To think that you are also a hero of a region. Do you still have your old face? Wan Yiqian was suddenly rendered speechless. There was indeed no reason to ask for a profound level weapon that had been stolen. Everyone started to whisper, and many sneers were heard. When a wall falls, everyone likes to push it. Brother Yiqian, I won't take your profound level weapon, Kanggu Qiong said in a gentler tone. When you've recovered and calmed down, you can come to the Holy Region and ask me for it. He turned around after he finished speaking and ignored her. Wan Yiqian could only feel countless mocking eyes staring at him. His face was burning, and he couldn't help but lower his head and roar, Just you wait. I'll take back what I've lost today 100 times more in the future. It's true that the situation is more powerful than the person, Yunxiao said. Brother Yiqian, you'd better be more open-minded. Wan Yiqian let out a long sigh. A friend in need is a friend indeed. I was right about you, Feiyang. He looked at the ruins below and sighed. Now Myriad Treasure Store's territory is basically destroyed. I still have a few courtyards in the north of the city. Let's go there first. Su Liani hurriedly said. We still need some time to get to the northern part of the city. If you don't mind, you can go to the Empyrean 1 pavilion to rest. Wanixin paused for a moment and said, That's good. Empyrean 1 pavilion and Myriad Treasure Store are already in the same boat. They were too lazy to use their flying Shen artifacts, so they turned into a few rays of light and disappeared into the sky. Ding Shan was currently exchanging pleasantries with everyone in the distance. He faintly used his peripheral vision to glance at them, and his eyes were filled with a cold smile. Ning Qiyun sighed in the crowd. I didn't expect such an ending. Wan Yiqin could be considered a hero of the world, but he ended up in such a miserable state. Ning Kuei said, A blessing in disguise, in case Dongshan Mountain rises again, but that will depend on how much his injuries can heal. Father, do you think the 10,000 Treasures Tower has a good chance of rising again? Ning Qiyun asked. Ning Kuei said, 50-50. However, the 10,000 Treasures Tower is in dire straits, and a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. What they need the most at the moment is an ally, and what we need the most is also an ally. What? Ning Qiyun was shocked and said, Father's meaning is to form an alliance with the Myriad Treasure Tower? Ning Kuei nodded and said, Yes, it's easy to add flowers to brocade, but hard to send charcoal in the snow. Forming an alliance at this time is the most popular and reliable. Ning Qiyun said, Won't the losses outweigh the gains? After all, the 10,000 Treasures Tower has a strong enemy, Ding Shan on the inside and Ling Bai on the outside. Now, they've even offended the Holy Region. If we go to them now, won't we get into big trouble? Ning Kuei said, Your worry is not without reason. Ding Shan and the Holy Region were still fine. After all, they still had to consider propriety and face when doing things. The most troublesome person was Ling Bai. If they were to face him directly, it would be more likely for them to be in danger. However, no matter how stupid Myriad Treasure Store is, they would not provoke Ling Bai at this time. Ling Bai's injuries today will take at least a year to recover. I still think that father should be more careful, Ning Qiyun said worriedly. Ning Kuei nodded and said, I will think about it. For us, there are not many chances to turn the tables. We must be careful. I chose Li Yunxiao in Red Moon City, and now he has chosen Wan Yiqin. I believe he has a good reason for doing so. The two of them fell silent. Their black robes emitted a faint light and then disappeared into the surging crowd. Yunxiao and the others were traveling very fast, and they appeared in the Empyrean 1 pavilion a moment later. Su Lianyi immediately made arrangements for everyone. At the same time, she ordered them to pack up and prepare to leave. The Chamber of Commerce's main assets are still distributed throughout the heavenly martial arts realm, Wan Yiqin said worriedly. I'm afraid that Ding Shan will suppress and annex them from today on. Chun Zhongxi sighed. At this point in time, money is already a mere worldly possession. Moreover, the real treasure is still in our hands. Wan Yiqin nodded and said, That's right. As long as those top-grade items are there, everything else is easy to handle. Although Ding Shan is letting us go, he definitely won't stop here. The real danger may just have begun. Everyone should use these 10 days to quickly recuperate and leave the cleaning up to the people below. Everyone then left to make their preparations. After leaving the hall, Su Lianyi quickly caught up with Yunxiao and said, Young Master Yun, have you thought about where the Empyrean 1 pavilion will move to after leaving New Yen City? I haven't decided yet, Yunxiao said. But no matter where it is, I can't take back the whole world. You have to be mentally prepared. Su Lianyi smiled. I've already prepared for this. From now on, no matter what, Empyrean 1 pavilion will be tied to you. Everyone will listen to your orders. Yunxiao laughed. You are still the master of the Empyrean 1 pavilion. I won't come to you unless there is a special situation. You can stay in my divine realm tablet for a while, but it is not a long-term solution. I understand, Su Lianyi replied. Young Master Yun, she said, glancing at Yunxiao. You seem to have something on your mind. Yunxiao laughed and said, Lady Lianyi is indeed attentive. It's not a concern. I'm going to meet a friend. Friend? Now? Su Lianyi's eyelids twitched as she said, It's too dangerous in Xinyan City right now, isn't it? Young Master Yun, you're seriously injured. I've just ordered people to prepare the largest secret training room. It's all right, Yunxiao said. I'll use it when I come back. In a flash, he disappeared from the courtyard. A tiny bolt of lightning flickered in the sky, and he was actually heading out of the city. At this moment, the city was too chaotic, and there were countless experts of all kinds. He didn't dare to be too flamboyant and tried to avoid the crowd. A few hours later, in the wilderness outside Hongyue City, Yunxiao's true body was revealed as the lightning fell. A cold sneer came from the empty ground. You're finally here. Aren't you afraid that I'll wait for you? Don't you feel bad for wasting other people's time? Then, a ray of green light flashed and a majestic figure walked out. It was Luo Qingyun. Yunxiao sized him up carefully, and his eyes flickered with surprise. Luo Qingyun had a faint wild surging power, and under the appearance of the human skin, he looked like an ancient beast. Is this the power of the 10th rank divine blood? Luo Qingyun was the only one with a 10th order bloodline in the world, and no one knew how far he could go. Yunxiao smiled wryly. I came here as soon as I settled down. There are too many experts in the city, and I'm seriously injured now, so I don't dare to make too much noise. Humph. Is there anything in this world that you don't dare to do? Speak. Why did you call me out? Luo Qingyun said coldly. Yunxiao laughed. Red Moon City sent Li Yi. I didn't expect you to steal him in secret. Aren't you afraid of the chaos in the city? Of course. I'm here to watch the battle between titled martial sovereign Ling Bai. As for whether the city is empty or chaotic, I can't be bothered. As a city lord, Yunxiao said with a smile, Li Yi is much more competent than you. Luo Qingyun frowned and said, he's in charge of everything in the city now. Why did you call me out? Don't waste my time. There was a hint of unhappiness on his face. Don't you want to fight me? Yunxiao asked. I thought you wanted to fight me. Now? Luo Qingyun was a little stunned. He sized Yunxiao up. He was barely breathing, and it would be a miracle if he could survive without healing his injuries. It's not the best time, Yunxiao said with a wry smile. But I need your 10th grade dragon blood. Luo Qingyun's pupils suddenly shrank and shot out bursts of coldness. He shouted, What? Yunxiao was forced to take a few steps back by the dragon might, and his face turned pale. Of course I won't let you bleed for nothing, he quickly said. Instead, I'll make a bet with you. If you win, you can leave. If you lose, you know what I mean. Why should I bet with you? Luo Qingyun said coldly. Yunxiao raised his hand, and the divine realm tablet slowly flew out of his palm, hanging in the air and emitting a bright light. Didn't you always want to defeat me? In this divine realm tablet, I'm the master of a realm, and I can exert all my power through my divine sense and thoughts. In other words, if I fight in the divine realm tablet, I'll be in my best state. Do you dare to fight me? Yunxiao grinned. Do you dare? He saw Luo Qingyun's hesitant look and knew that he was struggling inside. He laughed and encouraged. This is a saint artifact. Don't you want to defeat me when I'm at my peak and inside my saint artifact? If you lose this opportunity, I won't give you another chance to enter the saint artifact. In addition, I've already exposed my saint artifact to the world today. Who knows when I'll be chopped to death on the streets, and you'll never have the chance to fight me. No need to provoke me, Luo Qingyun said seriously. It looks like you're very confident that you can suppress me inside. Even if you know it's a conspiracy, Yunxiao chuckled. I can see that you still can't help but be eager to try. That's right, Luo Qingyun said with a serious expression. If I can defeat you in the saint artifact, then my greatest inner demon will be eliminated, and my confidence will be unparalleled. In the future, it will be no problem for me to reach the peak. Yunxiao curled his finger and said with a sinister smile, Then come. Good. Since you're so confident, I'll try to crush your confidence. Luo Qingyun's face darkened, and his heart was filled with a monstrous fighting desire. He walked toward the divine realm tablet. Although Yunxiao's face was frivolous and full of teasing, he was full of admiration in his heart. Such a firm heart of martial arts that could not be turned back. He was really a real dragon in the world. Flowing light swirled on the divine realm tablet and quickly sucked Luo Qingyun in. Now that you've entered my trap, you've got the god's blood. However, as a reward, I'm willing to fight you. With a smile, Yunxiao turned and stepped into the cave. Under the blue sky, there were no clouds for thousands of miles. Yunxiao and Luo Qingyun looked at each other. Luo Qingyun's face was solemn, while Yunxiao was still wearing that faint smile with his hands behind his back. Luo Qingyun looked around and said, "The world within the tool is indeed magical. Is it an illusion that you don't have any injuries on your body?" "It's hard to explain," Yunxiao said. "Can be considered an illusion. After all, my main body is indeed seriously injured. However, it's not an illusion because it's condensed from my will. At this moment, I can extract the power of the world, and I'm even stronger than when I was outside. It's good to be stronger. Otherwise, I'm afraid it won't be enough." Luo Qingyun's lips curled up into a sinister smile. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit as he raised his hand and slapped. Boom! As the palm power fell, the space in front of him was instantly penetrated. Yunxiao's figure exploded, turning into countless thunderbolts and condensing again. Luo Qingyun took a step forward and clenched his fist. Immediately, the space became unstable, and circles of green light wrapped around Yunxiao. Soon after, a spear radiance bloomed as he charged forward with the spear in his hand. Yunxiao was shocked. The green light contained a very strong dragon's might, which suppressed his body and slowed down the circulation of his aura. Swish! The long spear pierced into his body and ruthlessly stirred. Suddenly, a sharp spear light exploded. Bang! Yunxiao's body exploded, turning into countless thunderbolts that flew away and condensed again 1,000 feet away. His face finally became serious, and he stared at Luo Qingyun with a pale face. Originally, he was in the form of a will and his power would never be exhausted. However, in order to fight fairly, he deliberately mimicked his original form. After being shattered twice by the lightning transformation, his physical strength dropped sharply. "You've already reached divine transcendence? In the pureblood dragon clan, there will not be anyone who has reached the divine transcendence realm." Luo Qingyun's eyes flickered like stars. "The 10 directions divine realm is right in front of me." Yunxiao's heart trembled. He was indeed the only one in the world who dared to say such words. "What? Are you scared?" Luo Qingyun sneered. Yunxiao raised his hand and grabbed the cold sword. Ice frost. The sharp sword light flickered in the sunlight and shone on the water. Slash! He shouted, and without any movement, the sword trembled with a wung sound, and a halo bloomed. Luo Qingyun was shocked, and he held his spear in front of him. Clang, clang, clang. Countless sword intents attacked from all directions like rivers and seas. Luo Qingyun brandished his long spear, creating a barrier and dazzling light. Break! Luo Qingyun spat out a single word. An angry roar came from the desolate god's moon spear, causing the space to tremble. A golden light pierced through the boundless sword will. In a flash, Yunxiao appeared next to Luo Qingyun, just a sword's distance away, and the cold sword swept over. Luo Qingyun raised his spear and knocked the long sword away. Then he took a step back and thrust his spear forward. But Yunxiao took the lead and moved closer to Luo Qingyun, keeping a sword's distance from him. All kinds of sword intents wandered under the cold sword and covered his whole body, preventing him from bringing out the power of the spear. Shocked, Luo Qingyun kept retreating, but he kept a sword-length distance from Yunxiao and could not break free. Ha! He slapped the spear with his palm, and a roar came out of it. Then, a beast's shadow emerged from the spear, roaring around him as it pounced on Yunxiao. He then formed hand seals with both hands and transformed into a half-demon state. He raised the desolate god's spear and struck down. Boom! As soon as Yunxiao cut the beast apart with his sword, he felt the boundless spear light. He performed an incantation gesture with his left hand and pointed at the sword, and a layer of light blue ice crystals immediately appeared. Bang! The tip of the spear landed on the ice sword and shattered it. The spear aura surged on the sword and continued to attack. Xianxia felt his arm sink, and the boundless force came from the opponent's spear, pressing him so hard that he could not only move, but also had to keep consuming his primordial chi to hold on. "What are you doing? You want to compete with me in true essence?" He frowned. "Naturally not," Luo Qingyun said coldly. "Although you've tried your best to condense your real state, a thought is just a thought. It can't replace the real you. I'm only facing a cold thought body without any hot blood. I can't feel any fighting spirit. What a disappointing duel." "Oh? It is indeed so." Xianxia chuckled and said, "I'm immortal in this divine realm tablet. I can't feel the slightest tension or fear. It seems that it's still very difficult to pretend to be serious." "Humph. You're insulting me." Luo Qingyun's eyes were filled with coldness as he shouted. "So this game is meaningless to me. I'm sorry I can't play with you." A boundless dragon's might suddenly burst out of the spear and instantly pressed Xianxia down. Bang! The space under the spear force exploded completely, and Xianxia's figure exploded with it. A blue vortex emerged, and a passage emerged from it. It had blown a hole in the space of the divine realm tablet, which led to the outside world. Xianxia suddenly appeared above the vortex and said in surprise, "You can't leave." Luo Qingyun sneered. "I can take whatever I want. How can this level of world power stop me?" With a clang, the desolate divine spear thrust out a golden beam that instantly pierced through Xianxia's body. The spear's light turned into a golden ring and dispersed, shattering him again. Luo Qingyun withdrew his spear and stomped forward as if no one could stop him. Xianxia's figure condensed in the sky again as he said with a frown, "If it weren't for the fact that my main body was seriously injured, I really wouldn't mind fighting you and drawing your blood to my heart's content. But the truth always makes it difficult for people to get what they want." He made a hand seal and a golden light appeared. Cobweb-like chains suddenly appeared around Luo Qingyun and wrapped around his limbs. The chains extended to an infinite distance. "Realm power lock?" Luo Qingyun was shocked, but he soon calmed down and said, "It should be condensed by the laws of this world within the artifact. Since I can easily break through this world's space, I naturally won't be bound by the world's power." "Li Yunxiao, you're out of tricks." A sneer flashed across his face as a vast dragon's might burst out from his body. It shook the chains that filled the sky, causing them to clang and shake in the air. Yunxiao's face darkened as he took out the Tusada heavenly peak and said in a cold voice, "Brat, don't force me to throw this stone at you." As soon as the Tusada peak appeared, even Luo Qingyun's heart skipped a beat. He had seen the power of that thing with his own eyes, so he couldn't help but shiver and struggle harder. "You won't shed tears until you see the coffin." Xianxia threw the Tusada heavenly peak out, which immediately formed a parabola and fell toward the chains of law. Luo Qingyun was horrified, and his pupils kept widening. He would most likely die if he was hit by that thing. He roared madly, and the momentum of his body instantly climbed to the extreme. Suddenly, a sword light flashed past and cut off the chains of law with a clang. Luo Qingyun instantly broke through the Tushita sky peak suppression and retreated a few thousand feet. Only then did he feel relieved and his eyes were filled with fear. "What do you mean, old dragon?" Xianxia frowned. Cheiyu's figure slowly walked out from the sky. He said, "You tricked this kid into coming here and then used a stone to smash his blood. I just can't stand it. When did you become a saint of virtue?" Xianxia said angrily, "I'm a saint of virtue." Cheiyu waved his hand and said, "Move aside. I'll take care of the Dragon Clan's matters. This kid is extremely talented, and his martial Dao is firm. I like him very much." Xianxia pondered for a moment, then stepped aside. Luo Qingyun knew that this was not good. He also recognized the person in front of him. The strength that he had displayed in the Battle of the Red Moon City was still vivid in his mind. He immediately became vigilant and said, "What do you want to do?" "I just want to draw some blood." "Don't be so nervous," said Cheiyu slowly. "As a member of the Dragon Clan, it's not good for me to bully you as a senior." How about I use 2 divine arts to exchange with you? 2-style divine ability? What a joke. No matter how powerful a divine ability is, it can't be exchanged for my blood. Luo Qingyun's face darkened. Hee. Let's take a look first. Che Yu's figure moved and the Shumi Anton sword appeared in his hand. He raised it and it turned into a sky full of sword shadows that stacked on top of each other and spread behind him. Yun Xiao was taken aback. The sword momentum was completely different from his sword Dao. Even though Che Yu was an expert in the sword, he had always been deeply influenced by him. Why did he suddenly have a sword essence? First form, 1000 Autumn Peak. A vast sword will slash down with the Shumi Anata, and the entire space continued to shatter. The sword will that filled the sky was like lonely peaks that came from the sky and continued to overlap. Luo Qingyun's heart trembled violently. This sword was like 100,000 mountains pressing down on him, completely irresistible. True dragon avatar. He leaped into the air and transformed into his strongest Dharmakaya. He held the spear with both hands and a golden light rushed out. Boom! Thousands of mountains and blades were shattered, attacking Luo Qingyun's defense. His body was shaken, and his qi and blood were in turmoil. Yun Xiao's frown grew deeper as he stared at the sword. His swordsmanship was the sword of life, and every move and form was in a breath. He resonated with it and became one. However, what Che Yu was displaying now was the will of controlling the sword. With a casual swing, everything in the world could be used as a sword. The so-called 1000 Autumn Peak should have been a palm technique, but it was easily controlled by him and turned into a sword. This old dragon has always been in my divine realm tablet. When did he have such a sword principle comprehension? Yun Xiao was shocked, and he also understood that the reason why Che Yu used the sword technique was that he wanted him to see it. As for how much Luo Qingyun could comprehend, it would depend on his own luck. Very good. You're strong and fierce enough to take this 1000 Autumn Peak. Then, the second style will also be untainted. Che Yu's sword changed direction and struck down in the same way, but the entire style had changed completely. From the majestic 1000 Peaks, it became empty and ethereal, with the intent of the destruction of heaven and earth. Yun Xiao's mouth was wide open. It was another completely different sword intent. Boom! Luo Qingyun finally couldn't hold on any longer. All of his defenses collapsed in an instant. The vast dragon's might was swept away like dust under this sword, and all of his strength was instantly emptied. Bang! His entire person was sent flying, directly retreating tens of thousands of feet. I used too much force. What a waste of so much dragon blood. Che Yu cried out. As he looked at the fresh blood, he was extremely vexed. Yun Xiao, on the other hand, was still immersed in the 2 divine powers. He seemed to be a little obsessed with them, and his face turned dull. He only came back to his senses when Che Yu's sword struck his shoulder and he felt pain. What for? Fuck your sister. Don't you want the dragon's blood? Yun Xiao was taken aback. In an instant, he appeared beside Luo Qingyun and grabbed at him with his fingers. Luo Qingyun was furious. He immediately soared into the sky and transformed into a dragon. He formed a seal with both hands and was about to fight back. Suddenly, Che Yu's voice sounded, "Kid, how are the 2 moves just now? If you still want to learn 2 more styles, you'd better be obedient." There are 2 more moves. Both Yun Xiao and Luo Qingyun were shocked, and their hands slowed down. Luo Qingyun's face showed that he was struggling. After a heavy snort, he turned his head and raised his arm. He actually agreed to let out the blood. The 2 divine arts just now were extremely shocking to him. It was as if they were martial arts techniques made for the Dragon Clan. He could feel the true flavor of them even more when he was in the real world. If he could comprehend and learn it, his power would probably reach another level. Especially when he thought that there were 2 more forms to this divine power. He was so excited that his blood boiled. Yun Xiao's eyes lit up as well. Even someone as strong as him in the Tao of Sword had benefited a lot from the 2 moves just now. Che Yu was completely demonstrating the sword essence for the 2 of them to feel. Swish! The cold sword cut Luo Qingyun's arm, and blood dripped into the purple glass. Luo Qingyun was embarrassed and angry. He turned his head away, and boundless anger burned in his heart. However, when he thought of those two martial arts techniques, his resentment instantly lessened. Hee. Cheyu laughed. Don't look so unhappy, kid. You're the one who's gained a lot. Luo Qingyun held back her embarrassment and said, Senior, these two martial skills are swan and eye. This is what I comprehended from the two world swords. It is the martial essence passed down by the true dragon. Cheyu's eyes narrowed and he said, A true dragon. Yunxiao's pupils constricted, and he was extremely shocked. Luo Qingyun's body trembled, and the blood in his body heated up. No wonder he felt so shocked. It was a martial technique left behind by the ancient true dragon. As he became excited, the blood in his body dripped even faster, like running water. Luo Qingyun felt a little dizzy. He turned around and said angrily, Are you done? Yunxiao was holding a bucket-like glass container which was half filled. The dizziness in her head became even worse, and she almost couldn't stand still. Get lost! He roared and clenched his fist, sending a wave of dragon might to push Yunxiao away. The wound on his hand was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye until it disappeared. You shameless villain! I will definitely take your life the next time we fight. Luo Qingyun's face was gloomy, and he felt pain for his own flesh. You make it sound like you've suffered a loss. Yunxiao chuckled. There will be more blood. Without my long, you will never be able to learn the ancient true dragon's martial arts. Luo Qingyun thought that this made sense, but he still felt that something was wrong. He snorted coldly and did not say anything. Senior, although I have some understanding of the two moves just now, it is not complete. Senior, can you demonstrate it again? He said respectfully. Cheyu rolled his eyes at him. How much you can comprehend depends on your own comprehension. There's no reason to teach you a second time. Luo Qingyun was speechless for a while and said gloomily, All right, I'll go back and carefully recall. I'll have to trouble you to demonstrate the other two divine abilities, Senior. I'll definitely watch them carefully. Cheyu touched his chin and said, There are 4 world swords in total. I only have 2 of them and I only learned these 2 moves. When I get the other 2, I'll pass them to you. Luo Qingyun. Haha. What, are you unhappy? Cheyu glared at him. Luo Qingyun quickly said, It's not a Pishio, it's just Pishio. He couldn't say a word and felt that he had been tricked. However, the other party was an ancestor of his own clan, and the value of those 2 moves was indeed extraordinary to him. Cheyu waved his hand. Go! Don't disturb my cultivation. I'll teach you when I learn the other 2 styles. I won't be shameless. Go back and study it, Yunxiao said with a smile. I look forward to the next real battle. He waved his hand and sent Luo Qingyun out. Old dragon, you're really shameless. You tricked me into bleeding so much. Yunxiao's eyes lit up as he looked at the bucket of dragon blood. Lie? Cheyu jumped up in anger. He shouted, You can't talk nonsense. These 2 divine abilities are indeed priceless treasures. If I didn't admire this kid, I wouldn't have shown him. This dragon blood was exchanged by me. Give it to me. Give it to you? You must be joking, right? When Yunxiao saw him rushing over, he disappeared from where he was in a flash, completely disappearing. Don't use it all, leave some for me. Cheyu shouted in anger. That was 10th grade dragon blood, and it was extremely useful to him. However, the sky was completely silent, and there was no response at all. A moment later, Yunxiao returned to the Heavenly One Pavilion and began to cultivate in seclusion. After giving a part of the level 10 divine blood to the Lingmu flute, he began to absorb it himself. He grabbed a ball of it and spun it in his palm. The vast dragon power kept flowing through his meridians, nourishing and repairing his body. What a waste to use dragon blood to temper one's body. Cheiyu's furious voice resounded. You could have just found some trash dragon blood, but you actually used this level 10 divine blood. Shut up. If you continue to talk nonsense, I'll use it all up and won't give you a single drop. Yes, Yunxiao replied, then began to use the tyrant body tempering technique and put himself into all kinds of strange postures. The wounds on his body were being pulled open, as if his internal organs were being torn apart. In an instant, his face was as pale as paper, and beads of cold sweat kept dripping from his forehead. However, a faint red glow surrounded his body and was constantly being absorbed. There were a few obvious lines of blood flowing through her skin, which was as transparent as paper. The blood flowed through the countless acupuncture points on her body, nourishing it. Hoo-hoo! The power of the blood was too hot and strong. Xianxia's body was lit up by an open fire, which grew stronger and stronger, and his whole body was burning in the secret chamber. After an unknown period of time, the flames gradually extinguished, revealing a charred body that was constantly emitting fine white smoke. Upon closer inspection, his entire body was charred, and his pitch-black skin had all turned into black charcoal. Only his constant breathing from his nostrils proved that he was still alive. Crack, crack. Xianxia's body moved slightly, and the carbon scabs on his body began to crack, turning into powder and falling down. In the cracks of the scabs, there were traces of gold. As the large pieces of charcoal scabs peeled off, her skin that was as bright as gold was revealed. It was filled with pure Ling power, and it was a little glaring in the secret room. Xianxia opened his eyes, and a bolt of lightning flashed in them. He made a hand seal with one hand and a golden seal appeared on his palm. The golden light on his body then retracted and his skin turned as white as jade without a single scar. He lowered his head to look at his body and muttered to himself, "The sixth gate of the divine body has been activated and absorbed all the power of the dragon blood. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing that the plan to reach the peak of 9-star failed." The tyrant body tempering technique had already created its own path with the help of his many magical powers. It was completely different from Ao Changkong's. Of course it's a good thing. You should know that no matter how much your cultivation level increases, you can't step into the God realm. The only way to become the strongest in this world is to attain mastery of the physical body and become a saint. A voice rang out in his heart. It was a guest who had sent a voice transmission to him through divine thoughts in the divine realm tablet. It turned out that the other party had also opened the sixth gate. After Xianxia broke through the sixth gate, a subtle frequency resonance was produced between his divine body, and he was caught by the guest. A complete physical body? Other than the tyrant body tempering technique and the extremely talented inborn divine bodies, no one had ever sanctified their bodies. It's a pity that my cultivation method has long deviated from the path of the tyrant body tempering technique, and the divine body art was also acquired after I was born. I'm afraid it'll be very difficult for me to advance further, Xianxia said with a worried sigh. Indeed. That's why I'm very surprised that you can open the sixth door so quickly. This should be fate, so there's no need to worry too much. Everything is going in a good direction. Your talent is known as the strongest divine body, Xianxia said. How confident are you that you can enter the saint realm? I'm very confident that I can open the seventh gate with divine power, the guest said. As for the last gate, I'm not the only one who has the strongest divine body. His tone was filled with self-mockery and helplessness. To take a step further, the effort and luck needed to be spent would even exceed the previous 100 feet. Who dared to say that they could definitely do it? Except for Luo Qingyun, who had divine blood, and Xianxia, who had countless opportunities. The end of martial arts was the shackles of many people for life. We'll do our best and leave it to fate, Xianxia said with a smile. You also know that fate has its own destiny. Yes. Bin Qin nodded and said, I've opened the sixth door for some time. During this time, I've been in seclusion to comprehend. Now is a good time to exchange some insights with you. That's great. Xianxia was overjoyed. I can't ask for more. He immediately sat down cross-legged and the two of them began to communicate with divine thoughts across the divine realm tablet. A few days later, the secret chamber was filled with red light, and the whole room was lit up, shining on Xianxia. His brows slightly trembled as he opened his eyes and casually grabbed at the air. A jade pendant appeared in the air and he grabbed it in his hand. The talisman light on it flickered and a spiritual will was read. The 10-day deadline was up, and Tianyuan Trading Company had sent people to drive them away. When Yunxiao walked out of the secret room, he saw Su Lianyi standing guard outside. "How are the preparations?" "Everything is ready. It's fine if we can't take those with us." "Why are you the only one left?" With a sweep of his divine sense, Yunxiao knew all the movements within a few miles. Not only were there few people in the Heavenly One pavilion, but there were also few people in the surrounding area. "I'm afraid of dragging them down, so I dismissed them all," Su Lianyi replied. "That's good," Yunxiao said. "If there's a chance in the future, it'll be the same if we gather them again." Su Lianyi said, "Yes. Ding Shan wants to take over the Empyrean One pavilion. He will definitely take care of these old people. At least in the short term, as long as they obey Tianyuan Trading Company, they will be fine. I'm just afraid that they will also be purged in the long run." "Don't worry," Yunxiao said. "If he can't even tolerate such a trivial matter, Ding Shan wouldn't have come to where he is today. Let's go as well. There's no point in staying any longer." Wan Yiqian and the others had already packed up. There were more than 100 experts in Myriad Treasure Store who were willing to leave with him. Obviously, they were not willing to be inferior to Tianyuan Trading Company. When Yunxiao saw Wan Yiqian, he frowned and said, "Brother Yiqian, are your injuries that serious?" Under his spiritual senses scan, Wan Yiqian's injuries did not improve at all. "You're right, Chun Zhong," she said angrily. At first, Tower Master's injuries were already under control and were starting to get better. However, Kangwu Qiong used the cosmic light plate to execute a secret technique and backfired on Tower Master, causing his injuries to relapse again. Furthermore, they seemed to be getting worse. "What?" Yunxiao was shocked. "There's such a thing? Kangwu Qiong isn't a good person, but I don't think he's that despicable." "Humph, if I hadn't cut off my connection with the cosmic light plate in time, I would have died on the spot." Wan Yiqian was old and senile at this moment, and his eyes were full of resentment. Yunxiao rested his chin on his hand and said, "He must have wiped away the traces you left on it in order to completely refine the cosmic disk. You must have resisted. It's normal for you to suffer a backlash from the battle." Wan Yiqian said hatefully, "You're too despicable and shameless." As the Holy Region's administrative department, they actually covet this old man's intrinsic profound weapon. This old man will definitely not let them off. "The cosmic disk is too powerful," Yunxiao said. "No wonder he's spying on it." "Brother Yiqian, don't think about revenge now. Heal your injuries first and then rise again. They all think that I'm easy to bully now, but I'll make them cry soon," Wan Yiqian said coldly. Yunxiao frowned slightly, feeling that Wan Yiqian's state of mind was extremely unstable. In his current state, even if he recuperated well and kept a low profile, it would take him more than 10 years to make a comeback. In fact, to them, more than 10 years was just a blink of an eye. It was not rare for many cultivators to go into seclusion for decades. "Feiyang, you must think that I'm going crazy, right?" "Indeed." Yunxiao did not deny it. "I don't think you have a good mentality, Brother Yiqian." "Hee." Wan Yiqian grinned, as if he had thought of something. His mood improved slightly, and he said, "Feiyang, I hope you can send us to Thousand Leaves Island." "Thousand Leaves Island? The Fuyao Holy Palace," Yunxiao said in surprise. "That's right. It's the Fuyao Holy Palace." Wan Yiqian's eyes narrowed. "Feiyang, did you go to Thousand Leaves Island?" His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Yunxiao recalled Bai Yuan, the elder of Fuyao Holy Palace, whom he had met on the East Sea, the woman in green who possessed the holy body of Fuyao Palace, and Li Huaqi's dead fiancé, Xianxia. "I've never been to Thousand Leaves Island, but isn't the Fuyao Holy Palace a reclusive and secluded cultivation? Could it be that Brother Yiqian has been in contact with them in secret?" The merchant union's business was spread all over the world. The Morong family and the Mu family, which were powerful puppet clans, had business dealings with the merchant union, but they were only limited to the circulation of goods. These families did not participate in worldly disputes. Wan Yiqian replied, "I have a close relationship with the Fuyao Holy Palace's palace lord. Now that I'm in trouble, I plan to seek her help. Besides, Thousand Leaves Island is a good place to go. Yuanxiao was full of doubts. Since Thousand Leaves Island was a reclusive cultivator, how could they accept a hot potato like him just because of some friendship? But looking at Wan Yiqian's confident look, he didn't say anything. Since Brother Yiqian is familiar with Thousand Leaves Island, do you know what happened to Xianxia back then? How could Xianxia have died in the years I was reincarnated? Yuanxiao asked the question that had been in his heart. Xianxia has the Fuyao Palace's saintly being and can be said to be an unparalleled talent. Her strength may not be inferior to Li Huaqi's, but such a peerless figure has died without a sound? Wan Yiqian's expression changed drastically, and he sighed. I've also heard about this. I have the same question as you. I even went to Thousand Leaves Island for this, but I didn't get an answer. I've seen that girl before. If she wasn't born in a reclusive family, I'm afraid she would be a peerless beauty not inferior to Chu Hongyan. This matter directly destroyed all Li Huaqi's thoughts and forced him to live in seclusion, Yuanxiao said. I hope you can understand the reason. If Brother Yiqian is going to Thousand Leaves Island, please help me ask around. All right, since it's Fei Yang's order, I'll do my best. Wan Yiqian patted his chest and promised. Suddenly, several figures appeared above the crowd. One of them was dressed in white, and it was Tianjue. He placed his hands behind his back and said coldly, The Lord's heart-to-heart talk is still not over? Please leave New Yen City immediately and talk elsewhere. Don't get in the way of our business. Humph! A villain who has achieved success. Chen Zhongxi shouted angrily. It's not your place to interrupt us. It's indeed not your turn, Tianjue said indifferently. All of you are powerful figures. I hope you have some spirit of the contract and keep your word. Chan Zhong, she said coldly. How did I go back on my word? Did you bring these people here to drive us away? Are these few ants enough? Of course it's not enough, Tianjue replied indifferently. I've only brought my men here for show. The 10-day deadline is up. If you still care about your face, please leave immediately if you keep your word. Don't make things difficult for a small fry like me. You! Chen Zhongxi was furious. The pressure from his body surged and pressed down like a mountain. Tianju and the rest were all forced back by the shock, their faces full of panic. Only Tianju remained calm, but he frowned slightly and said, If Grand Elder Chen Zhongxi wants to kill us, it'll be easy. If he doesn't want his face anymore, then just do it. We can't resist anyway. Yuanxiao patted Chen Zhongxi on the shoulder and stopped him. Let's go. Let's not waste time with these minions. We'll only become a joke if we kill them. Chen Zhongxi snorted heavily and retracted his aura. Tianju said, By the way, I'm here to inform the lords. The teleportation formation has been too ordinary for the past 10 days, so it's currently being repaired. Haha, that's great. Chen Zhongxi laughed angrily. We'll just have to force ourselves to stay here for a while longer and leave when the teleportation formation is ready. I'm sorry. Although New Yen City is huge, it doesn't have an inch of land for you. The president has already guessed that you're going to shamelessly deny it, so he's prepared a Blueluan warship for you. Please board it and leave. The person behind him had a mocking expression on his face. He made a hand seal and threw a storage bag into the air. It exploded with a bang, and a miniature Blueluan warship emerged in the sky, with the of Tianyuan Trading Company on it. Wan Yiqian's face was gloomy, and he said coldly, Ding Shan is unforgiving after gaining the power, truly a vile person. To humiliate us like this before you leave, is this really what a hero should do? Tianjue chuckled and said, If it weren't for the fact that you're shameless, how could we have humiliated you? You're the ones who embarrass yourselves. The crowd was speechless and could only glare at him. I wanted to take you down and extract your soul just now, Yuanxiao said with a smile. If I attack you now, it will look like I'm angry out of shame. Fine. I'll let you jump around for a while longer. Only then did Tianjue's face reveal a look of fear, and his face turned a little pale. Yuan Bo was killed by him, and he did it in front of Yuanxiao. The other party would not let him off. The difference in strength between the two of them was like heaven and earth. It was only a matter of time before he was killed. If Yunxiao really wanted to sneak into New Yen City and assassinate him, even Ding Shan would not be able to stop him. His appearance became extremely unsightly. The nearest small city to New Yen City is Plentiful Water City, Wan Yiqian said. We'll get there in about half a month. Let's take the route there. Su Liani's expression was a little difficult as she said, I just got the news. Ding Shan took over nearly 1/3 of the assets of the Myriad Treasure Store and Empyrean One Pavilion in the cities of the northern region in just 10 days. Plentiful Water City is also a small city attached to New Yen City. I'm afraid it's already under their control. Wan Yiqian sneered. So what if I control it? Do you think a mere feng shui city can stop us? He seemed to have deliberately raised his voice, as if he was speaking to Tianju or Ding Shan behind him. Pa pa pa. Tianju clapped his hands and sneered. TSK. TSK. How domineering. As expected of the former leader of the Merchant Union. He emphasized the word once. Wan Yiqian was so angry that she held her breath in her chest and started coughing violently. Brother Yiqian, Yunxiao said. Let's go quickly. It's pointless to stay any longer. And it'll only give people the opportunity to make fun of you. Wan Yiqian also understood and said angrily, Go! I'll be back one day. An expert from 10,000 Treasures Tower flew into the sky and released a huge 9th-grade warship, which covered the sky. Soon after, everyone flew inside. Yunxiao was about to go up when Tianjue called out to him, Li Yunxiao. What, you want to beg for mercy? Yunxiao raised an eyebrow. Tianjue's face was cold, and he sneered, If you want to take my life, I'll be waiting for you in New Yen City. Even if they were killed by you, it would be because they were inferior to you. He raised his hand and a golden light shot out. Yunxiao saw that it was a jade pendant, so he reached out and grabbed it. A series of runes were flashing on it, indicating that it had been sealed with a very advanced seal. Head shopkeeper Han Junzi asked me to give this to you, Tianjue said coldly. Where is she? Yunxiao put away the jade pendant and asked, Where is she? He has already left New Yen City, Tianju replied. What? Yunxiao asked in surprise. Leaving at this time? I'm very curious. How are you going to settle the positions of the Star and Moon School and the Money Sect? That's for the president to worry about, Tianju said. I don't care and I don't know. That's right, Yunxiao said with a smile. I'm quite satisfied with your answer. He turned around and flew into the battleship. Tianjue's face twitched as he watched his figure disappear, and a look of worry appeared in his eyes. Although as cultivators, they were all prepared to die at the next moment. The feeling of certain death floating in their hearts made them extremely depressed and uncomfortable. Boom, boom, boom. A loud boom came from the battleship, followed by countless flashes of formation light. It turned into a stream of light and flew toward Feng Shui City. Plentiful Water City? In the sky above New Yen City, Ding Shan walked out of the void and stared at the warship as it disappeared from his field of vision. My lord, should we set up an ambush in Plentiful Water City? Old Lai followed behind him and asked. No need. Ding Shan shook his head. They might not really go to Feng Shui City. Besides, one must know his own limits. It's already beyond my expectation that I can get the Merchant Union now. If the ancient treasure in Shen's hands has many eyes on it, I'd better not join in the fun. Sir is wise. The old man bowed. It's not wise, it's self-knowledge. Ding Shan sighed. At that time, my consideration was to divide the business alliance equally with Myriad Treasure Store, forming the opposition between the East and West regions and the North region. Who knew that Ling Bai would be so powerful and destroy Wan Yiqian and all his trump cards, allowing me to take advantage of him? One must be content with what one has. I understand. The old man nodded. Darren has always been cautious. This subordinate knows that. Ding Shan said, Wan Yiqian's biggest trump card at this moment is the ancient treasure trove. However, it's a sin to be in possession of a treasure. The treasure trove is a double-edged sword. We just have to wait and see. Immediately send a message to Plentiful Water City and tell them to destroy the teleportation formation. Although I'm not sure if Wan Yiqian will really go, I'll still try to cause them some trouble. Yes. Old Lai bowed and left. Ding Shan gazed into the distance, and the corner of his mouth raised into a smile. He leisurely said to himself, "Brother Iqian, can you come back again? I'm really looking forward to it." Outside Xinyan City, the myriad treasure tower's 9th-grade battleship practically turned into a stream of light, shuttling through the air at an extremely fast speed. Su Lianyi praised, "Is this the king's flagship of 1,000 lords? It's indeed extraordinary. With this speed, we only need half the time to arrive." "All right." Wan Yiqin pondered for a while and said, "Pass down the order. We're heading toward Ishikawa City." "Ishikawa City?" Su Lianyi was shocked. "That place is too far away from New Yen City. Even if my lord wants to avoid people's eyes and ears, there are still many other cities to choose from. At our current speed, it'll take us about a month to reach Ishikawa City. I can suppress my injuries." "Fei Yang, what about you?" "It's been more than a month," Yunxiao said thoughtfully. "All right, I'll go with Brother Iqian. I just happen to have some doubts that I would like to ask Brother Iqian." "You're too polite to ask for advice," Wan Yiqin said. After making all the necessary arrangements, Wan Yiqin went to a reception room with Yunxiao. The 9th-grade warship was extremely magnificent and huge, much larger than the Baiming family's warship which Yunxiao had taken to sea. He could casually stay inside as if he was walking on flat ground, and he didn't feel like he was flying. "Fei Yang, if there's anything you want to say, just ask." The living room was very spacious, and there were more than 10 chairs inlaid with gold and jade. Wani randomly found one and sat down. With a wave of his long sleeve, a pot of wine and 2 delicate cups appeared. "This is a low-quality wine that I always bring with me. If you don't mind, you can try it." He filled the 2 wine glasses to the brim, and the entire hall was filled with a fragrant aroma. "Brother Iqian, you look very relaxed at the moment," Yunxiao said. "You don't look like you've suffered a setback at all. I really admire your mentality." Wan Yiqin handed the wine glass to Yunxiao and said with a wry smile, "I'm trying to find joy in the midst of suffering. Do I really have to keep a gloomy face all day? Try this wine." Yunxiao chuckled and led the way. He immediately praised, "Even if I don't drink it, I know it's a peerless treasure. How could the wine that Brother Iqian carried with him be of inferior quality?" Wan Yiqin laughed out loud and said, "Sometimes I think about it. Who can break away from fame and fortune? Who can travel freely in the great void? Why not let go of fame and fortune and live the rest of his life in seclusion? How carefree would that be?" "It's not impossible," Yunxiao said seriously. "I can." Wan Yiqin smiled bitterly. "It's a pity. It's easier said than done. I can't do it." He shook his head and said, "Fei Yang, if you have anything to say, just ask." Yunxiao's eyes narrowed. "Then I'll be frank. Where did the tyrant body tempering technique Brother Iqian gave me come from? And what's the relationship between it and what Ao Changkong has learned?" Wan Yiqin pondered for a moment and said, "I knew you would ask this. Back then, I told you that I got it from Ao Changkong and told you not to reveal it. I didn't lie to you. The tyrant body tempering technique was indeed given by Ao Changkong." "You gave it to me?" Yunxiao's face darkened. "What the hell happened?" he asked. Wan Yiqian said, "It's a long story, but I don't have any intention of harming Fei Yang. Please rest assured. This time, Ao Changkong agreed to help Ling Bai in order to return the favor he owed me, because the tyrant body tempering technique he learned was also taken from me." "What?" Yunxiao was so shocked that he seemed to be in a mess. "What is going on? Do you know why I have the confidence to return to New Yen City and fight Ding Shan?" Wan Yiqin sighed and said, "Brother Iqian's strength is extraordinary," Yunxiao said. "As long as he recovers, he will be able to compete with Ding Shan. Adding on the fact that the experts by my side have followed me here, and more than half of the myriad treasure store's countless years of accumulation is still here, it won't be difficult to fight with Ding Shan." Wan Yiqin said, "What you said makes sense, but these are not my biggest trump cards. Instead, it's a trump card that Myriad Treasure Store already had when it was first established, and even Myriad Treasure Store rose because of this." "When the Myriad Treasure Store was first established," Doesn't that mean it was tens of thousands of years ago? Xiao was taken aback. Myriad Treasure's store had a long history, and he knew that what Wan Yiqian was going to say next must be a secret. Sure enough, Wan Yiqian's divine sense spread out in all directions and then released several incantation seals, sealing the entire hall. I'm very weak now. Fei Yang, help me keep an eye on the surroundings. You can't let anyone hear this. Don't worry, Xiao said. I can sense everyone on the ship, so no one will eavesdrop. Only then did Wan Yiqian nod in relief and said, Tens of thousands of years ago, my ancestor accidentally obtained a huge treasure, so he built the Myriad Treasure Tower and developed it quickly, becoming the world's #1 chamber of commerce. A huge treasure trove? Xiao seemed to understand what was going on, and he said in surprise, If I'm not mistaken, the treasure has not been emptied after so many years. It's enough to make Brother Yiqian rise again. And the tyrant body tempering technique also came from this treasure? That's right, it's comfortable to talk to smart people. You can understand with just one hint. Fei Yang, Wan Yiqian praised. You should know that it's impossible to enter the immortal state in the world today. If you want to rule the world and obtain the power of a god, you can refine your body and become a saint. That's a very feasible way. In that case, why didn't Brother Yiqian cultivate the tyrant body tempering technique himself? Xiao asked in a daze. Why did you give it to Ao Changkong? This kind of peerless magical power could not be passed down with a jade slip. It must be a very special medium of inheritance, just like in Red Moon City. He had obtained the inheritance of the Moon Pupil Divine Art, and it could only be passed down once. If by any chance Chen had given this technique to Ao Changkong, he would not be able to cultivate it himself. Moreover, it seemed that he had not cultivated it at all. Because I can't activate the medium of inheritance, Wan Yiqian said with a bitter smile. Xiao was taken aback, and he suddenly realized that he had asked a stupid question. For example, the Moon Pupil Divine Art had been in the Red Moon City for God knows how many years, but it also seemed to be waiting for him. He had completely picked up a big bargain. The tyrant body tempering technique might be waiting for Ao Changkong. Who is that Ao Changkong? Xiao asked. Why did you choose him? Wan Yiqian said, At that time, who the hell knew about Ao Changkong? But I knew that the Ao family was good at physical skills. They were also very famous among the reclusive families. That was why I went to them. They sent Ao Changkong over and tried it out. He smiled wryly. The shadow in his heart was hard to calculate. The Ao clan? This was the first time Xiao had heard of it. He only knew that Ao Changkong had suddenly risen to power and shone on the earth like a comet, then disappeared. His whereabouts were rarely heard. He had also guessed that the other party's identity was likely to be from a reclusive family, but he had never been able to confirm it. Just how strong are these hidden aristocratic families? Xiao could not help but frown. It seemed that there were a large number of powerful existences in addition to the 2 holy lands and the 7 great forces in the heavenly martial realm. Wan Yiqian said, In terms of understanding of the hidden families, no one can compare to the Merchant Union, especially my Myriad Treasures store. Those aristocratic families don't care about the world, but they must exchange all kinds of resources, he said with some pride. The truly powerful existences aren't below the 7 great forces. If all of the hidden aristocratic families come out, I'm afraid that at least 1/3 of the world will be given to them. 1/3 of it. Xiao repeated the words, as if he wanted to judge how strong the reclusive family was from the ratio. Wan Yiqian said, Fei Yang, you don't have to think too much. Most of them won't be born. The only public platform is the natural mode ocean, which has a high status among the hidden aristocratic families. Although it's not as extraordinary as the Holy Region, it's still a very high position, and has the vague sense of being a leader, highly respected by many forces. The natural moat cliff is indeed mysterious, Xiao said. Moreover, it holds the key to the northern region's Langia fairyland. Even the sanctuary has tried many times to negotiate with it, but to no avail. So, they can only let it control them. What if he said so much and vomited out all the unhappiness and depression in his heart? His mood eased a lot. He smiled and said, That's why they say that there's always someone better. Even if we suffer a great loss in the realm of heavenly martial arts, there's still a great chance for us to make a comeback. The eternal world of Langya Heaven is about to open, Yunxiao said. Brother Iqian, do you need to disappear? What? Wan Iqian trembled, as if he was greatly shocked. He grabbed Yunxiao and screamed, Where did you get this information from? How could I not know about such a big matter? Yunxiao briefly told her about Nanxiu Yu's appearance in Wutian. Damn it! That damned Nanxiu Yu and Huang Fubai. They didn't even tell me about such a big matter. Wan Yiqian's face turned ashen and gloomy. He sat on his throne and did not speak. The news probably hasn't spread yet, Yunxiao said. I just happened to run into Nanxiu Yu when she went to find Huang Fubai. With brother Yiqian's strength and identity, you naturally have to go. Yes, that should be the case. Only then did Wan Yiqian's mood improve. She said, Otherwise, with the Merchant Union's intelligence system, it's impossible for there to be no news. I can't believe that the eternal world is about to open. The heavens are helping me. His face was slightly flushed, and his eyes were shining with excitement. He stood up from his throne and paced back and forth, unable to calm the excitement in his heart. Oh, Brother Yiqian, are you familiar with this eternal world? Yunxiao asked. Wan Yiqian replied, Yes, I do. It's not that I'm stingy. It's just that it's not appropriate for me to say it to others for the time being. When the day of opening comes, Feiyang should stay by my side to avoid danger. Dangerous? Yunxiao was suspicious. Wan Yiqian smiled and said coldly, Everyone thinks that the eternal world leads to the eternal God realm. It's probably true, but it's also wrong. Yunxiao listened to the ambiguous words and carefully savored the true meaning behind them. Wan Yiqian said, I can visit Nanxiu Yu at the natural mode ocean and ask her what's going on. Anyway, Feiyang, don't worry. When the eternal world really opens, I will not let you suffer. Yunxiao smiled when he saw the man's excitement and the way he talked about the eternal world as if it was his home. Since Brother Yiqian is so confident, I'm also very happy. Why did Ao Changkong create the first part of the tyrant body tempering technique and pass it to me through you? Although the topic was full of secrets of the heavenly martial realm, it was a little off-topic, so Yunxiao continued the topic. Oh! Wan Yiqian came back to his senses and said, It was later discovered that apart from Ao Changkong, no one else in the entire Ao family was able to practice this physical technique. This made him very surprised. You must know that the Ao family is famous for their physical skills. They have been passed down for tens of thousands of years, and there have been strong practitioners who have achieved great physical success. So, you thought of me as an experiment? Yunxiao asked. Wan Yiqian was a little embarrassed and stammered. This Lao AI can't be considered an experiment, right? At that time, there were many extremely talented experts in the world, but the only one that could catch his eye was you, Feiyang. Yunxiao's heart was filled with anger as he said coldly, You really think highly of me. Aren't you afraid that I'll die in the process of cultivation? There were many difficulties and dangers when cultivating the tyrant body tempering technique. Especially in his strange state, he had too many opportunities, which caused many cultivation techniques to be mixed together. Now, he was far away from body refining techniques and was gradually leaning towards demonic techniques. Wan Yiqian blushed and said, The flying is too serious. At most, I can't continue practicing and will stop. How can I die? It's my fault for letting you take such a risk without careful consideration. I'll apologize to you. He cupped his fists and gave a long bow, full of guilt. Yunxiao waved his hand and said, Forget it. When I saw it back then, I knew that it was extremely difficult, and it would inevitably conflict with my own cultivation techniques and divine powers. So I never dared to touch it. It was not until I was reincarnated by a lucky chance that I tried to cultivate it. Brother Yiqian, please let me have a look at the second half of the cultivation method. Wan Yiqian's face revealed a difficult expression and he said awkwardly, I don't have the second half of that cultivation method with me either. When he saw Yunxiao's face turn uglier, he hurriedly raised his hand and pointed to the sky. I can swear. Back then, I gave the entire cultivation technique to Ao Changkong, and he only returned me the first half of the inheritance medium. Only then did Yunxiao's expression ease a little, but it was still as cold as ice. What a good Ao Changkong. Not only did he use me as an experiment, but he also intends to use this cultivation technique to balance me out. If I really followed the first half of the cultivation, I would have to beg him at this moment. Wan Yiqian was shocked. It's that serious? I really misjudged him. His face was full of anger, but it was unknown whether it was true qi or fake qi. Forget it, Yunxiao said. The body tempering art I'm cultivating at the moment has deviated. I'm afraid Ao Changkong has also noticed this, so he didn't come to me for trouble. Wan Yiqian said in surprise, Feiyang, your physical skills are indeed very strange, and from your complexion you seem to be seriously injured. Yes, Yunxiao nodded. I fully recovered. How could it be so fast? Wan Yiqian was shocked and cried out. Although he had guessed that he had recovered a lot, he had never expected that he would recover completely. His face was full of shock. That's what I mean. Yunxiao chuckled. After the body tempering art goes astray, there is a glimmer of hope in the dark. Although his divine body was extremely powerful, the reason he could recover so quickly this time was entirely because of the dragon blood. However, he didn't want to tell the truth and deliberately wanted to be surprised in case something happened. This Xianxia can actually have such a magical effect? Wan Yiqian was stunned. Hee, opportunity. Brother Yiqian, have a good rest and recuperate, Yunxiao said. I'll go into seclusion to cultivate as well. Wan Yiqian was stunned for a moment and hurriedly said, Feiyang, can you teach me your body refinement art? What are you talking about, Brother Yiqian? Yunxiao said, Of course you can. However, this is a path that I created by chance after cultivating half of the tyrant body tempering technique. If Brother Yiqian really wants to learn it, you'll have to master the first half of the body tempering technique first, and I'll teach you then. Wan Yiqian, Zhenjin, cough, I'm old. I'm afraid I can't learn it. Yunxiao smiled faintly, then left the hall and found a secret room to cultivate. Wan Yiqian's face was full of contemplation, and he said proudly, From the beginning to the end, he had not shown any interest in the secret treasure. Was he really uninterested, or was he pretending not to care? I can't have the intention to harm others, but I can't be unguarded. It's better for me to be on guard. After all, the times are different now, and I can't afford to make any mistakes. After making up his mind, he also went to his secret room to recuperate. It was not that Yunxiao was not interested in the secret treasure, but no matter how cunning he would not let him get a share or take much advantage of it. So, his top priority was to quickly break through to the peak of 9 stars and step into divine transcendence. The addition of the secret treasure would cause a lot of trouble for no reason. He did not want to be involved in any more troublesome matters. After entering the secret chamber, he set up a few barriers before taking out the jade pendant that Han Junting had given him. A series of complicated runes were entwined on the jade pendant. It was a kind of dead knot talisman. Only by destroying the jade pendant could one see the information inside. Yunxiao's face changed when he scanned it with his divine sense. Ishikawa City. How could there be such a coincidence? The message hidden in the jade pendant was that he had already received news about Luo Yunshang. Moreover, it was clearly stated in the jade pendant that Han Junting had told Chu Hongyan about Yunxiao's identity and had asked him to meet in Ishikawa City. Whoever a beauty dances for, whoever drinks the world for her. The peerless dance flashed through Yunxiao's mind, and he was a little confused. He couldn't calm his mind while cultivating, so he used the Qi creation technique and started to absorb a large amount of primordial stones. Countless supreme-grade primordial stones exploded, and the terrifying spirit energy contained in them was instantly sucked dry. Yunxiao kept absorbing them to calm himself. The battleship flew across the sky, covering 1,000 miles in an instant. After more than a month, he finally saw the image of a city on the huge observation sky mirror. We're here. Pinpoint the location of Ishikawa City immediately. We'll arrive in half a day. Activate all the concealment formations to avoid being discovered by the people in the city. A surprised voice came from the starship. After more than a month of flying at their limit, the people controlling the starship were also a bit tired. Wan Yiqian and the others watched quietly in front of the heaven-reaching mirror, which had a diameter of more than 100 feet. Most of them heaved a sigh of relief. Wan Yiqian snorted coldly and said, "So what if I'm discovered? Do you think they'll dare to refuse us if we use the teleportation formation?" His tone was full of resentment. Ever since the defeat at New Yen City, Wan Yiqian's temper had gradually become violent. Yun Xiao looked at the city's shadow projected on the mirror in a daze. It was not real, so he could not see the whole picture. "Young Master Yun, is there something on your mind?" Su Liani looked at him and asked. Everyone's eyes immediately turned over. "Feiyang," Wan Yiqian said, "after more than a month of closed-door cultivation, I indeed find that you have a lot on your mind. It's just that it's not convenient to ask." "I'm fine," Yun Xiao said, "but I'm afraid I can't go to Thousand Leaves Island with Brother Yiqian." Wan Yiqian was shocked and asked, "Why? If there's anything you need, just say it. I'll shoulder it with you." "It's a private matter," Yun Xiao sighed. "It's not appropriate for outsiders to get involved. I'm going to meet someone once we reach Ishikawa City, and I'm afraid we'll have to part ways." "Who is it?" Wan Yiqian asked, puzzled. His expression suddenly changed and he said warily, "Could it be that someone knows our whereabouts and is waiting for you in Ishikawa City?" Yun Xiao shook his head and said, "It should be a coincidence. Do you remember the jade pendant Tianjue gave me when we left New Yen City?" "I remember. I've thought about it for a while, but I can't figure it out," Wan Yiqian said. Yun Xiao gave him a look and thought to himself that this what-if was indeed a shrewd man. Although he was full of doubts, he did not ask him. "Han Junting sent me a message saying that someone is waiting for me in Ishikawa City." "Who is it?" "I can't believe you're paying so much attention to me." "Feiyang, the real master of the Star and Moon School, Han Junting's master." "Ah!" Wan Yiqian couldn't help but exclaim in shock. His eyes filled with disbelief. Naturally, he knew who Han Junting's master was. On the other hand, Su Liani and the others were suspicious. She really came out of seclusion?" Wan Yiqian said in shock. His eyes flickered continuously, as if he was measuring the changes in the situation. Yun Xiao turned his head slightly and stared at Ishikawa City, which was getting clearer and clearer in the sky mirror. Who knows? The warship soon arrived outside of Ishikawa City, but because of the invisibility formation, almost no one in the city noticed it. The people of 10,000 Treasures Tower quickly put away the battleship, and more than 100 people stood in the sky outside the city, looking down. Ishikawa City was not a main city in the north, but it was still a large city. The huge teleportation formation was on the east side of the city, and it was guarded by a large number of soldiers. "Brother Yiqian, you should be able to reach Thousand Leaves Island very soon through the transit in Ishikawa City," Yun Xiao said. "I won't see you out. Farewell, take care." He and Su Liani flew down and headed towards the city. Wan Yiqian looked at his figure and suddenly shouted, "Feiyang, wait for me." Yun Xiao stopped, turned around and said in surprise, "What? Does Brother Yiqian also want to go with me?" Wan Yiqian laughed. "Ha! The most beautiful woman in the world has come out of seclusion. I also want to see her." He gave her a meaningful look and smiled ambiguously. Su Liani's body trembled, and her face changed. Only now did she know who Yun Xiao wanted to see. "Well," Yun Xiao said, "it's better to have 1,000 brothers with me. In case the experts of the Million Treasures Tower stayed in the sky, he would fly into the city with Yun Xiao." Yun Xiao used his divine sense to sense a very familiar aura, which was faintly discernible, and followed the aura. In the bustling city, it suddenly opened up. The willow trees were green, and the sound of flowing water could be heard. There was a small bridge across the flowing water, and in the distance, there was a 3-story building that was exquisitely carved and full of intrigue. The magnificence did not match the surrounding environment. There were 4 big words written on the pavilion 9-layered heaven wave. Wan Yiqian was shocked. "Spatial Mystic Artifact Heaven Wave Building. I didn't expect it to be in the hands of the Divine Cloud Palace." The building suddenly rippled with an ancient sound. There was the sound of flowing water, towering mountains, thousands of troops and horses, and a flowing water home. A new poem slowly came out. 1,000 feet of heart is filled with sorrow, hanging on a jade hook. 1,000 feet of light is cold in the late autumn. If you ask how deep the feelings are, the waves in the 9 heavens flow without measure. Xianxia stood quietly on the bridge, listening to the sound of the string without moving. Su Lianyi and Wan Yiqian were extremely nervous. Under the rhythm of the sound waves, their palms were covered in cold sweat. The flowing water under the bridge seemed to have stopped as well, as if it was quietly listening to the heavenly music. The entire scene seemed to be frozen, like a poem or a painting. After an unknown amount of time, the zither music gradually stopped, and the entire air was filled with the lingering sound. A willow leaf fell and swayed in the wind, which attracted Xianxia's eyes. Finally, it landed under the bridge, and the water began to slowly take the leaf away. It was unknown when a graceful figure had appeared on the 9 heavens wave floor. Her face was so beautiful that it could topple the world. The woman was not Chu Hongyan, but Han Junting. Apparently, she had dressed up deliberately, which made the whole landscape lose its color and the flowers dim. Wan Yiqian and Su Lianyi also sucked in a breath of cold air. Even though they had always been able to see through Han Junting's looks and knew that she was definitely a stunning woman, they didn't expect her to be this beautiful. Xiao's heart was also slightly touched. In terms of looks, Han Junting was no less beautiful than Chu Hongyan, but she lacked the temperament of a peerless genius and a beautiful woman. Young Master Xiao, my master has been waiting for you for a long time, Han Junting said. Her voice was no longer like her usual aged voice. It was very pleasant to the ear, which made Wan Yiqian and Su Lianyi a little uncomfortable. Sorry for the disturbance. Xiao cupped his fists and said. He lifted his feet and walked forward. His steps were extremely slow, and each step was very careful. Master 1000 and Sister Lianyi, please come as well, Han Junting said. It was only then that Wan Yiqian and Su Lianyi came back to their senses, and they hurriedly followed behind Xiao. Han Junting led the way. The 9-layered heaven wave building was a spatial mystic artifact. It was extremely spacious inside, and a 9-layered exquisite building appeared in front of them. White clouds swirled all around him, and there were even neon lights flashing within. A heavenly bridge stretched from north to south. There seemed to be a spell formation on the bluestone bricks in front of the building. Han Junting's steps were very strange, and the 3 of them followed her carefully. After walking past the bluestone bricks, the scenery in front of them changed. The 3 of them appeared on a bridge. Opposite them was the top of the 9-story building. Inside an exquisite pavilion there was a jade screen. There was a faint figure playing the strings of a zither behind it. Master Li Yunxiao is here. Han Junting retreated to the side of the screen and waited on him carefully. You're here, Xinxin. After a short silence, a silvery female voice came from behind the screen. It was like spring water pouring into one's ears. There was actually such a beautiful sound in the world. I haven't seen you for many years. How are you? Xiao did not know how to respond, so he asked with a long sigh. What do you think? That voice was filled with reproach and questioning. Well, if he can eat and sleep well, he's probably fine. Xiao thought for a moment, then scratched his head and answered. Wan Yiqian and Su Lianyi were speechless. They suddenly regretted following them. This was like a meeting between 2 old lovers. Why should he participate? He was just being used as a candle. But now was no longer the time to retreat. He could only brace himself and continue to stay. Humph! The voice was reproachful as it said, You should be able to eat and sleep well these years. Xiao smiled awkwardly. It's all right. Han Junting should have told you the purpose of my trip, right? He said. Let's not talk about the past for the time being. Yunxiang is also your disciple, and she's in a very dangerous situation now. I hope you can resolve the immediate danger first. I've heard from Jun Ting about Yunxiang. But did you come to see me just to say this? You don't even want to see me? The voice said slowly, and the clouds in the surroundings seemed to freeze. Yunxiao's hands were also sweating as he said nervously, "Naturally, I have to see him. It's just that there's something strange about this jade screen. It blocked my divine sense and eye techniques." "Then can't you come forward and bypass the screen to see me?" the voice asked. Her voice was charming, and the beautiful and gentle rhythm made one's body go soft. Even Su Lieni, who was a woman, couldn't help but blush and her heart beat faster. Wan Yiqin reacted when she heard that. She hurriedly used her internal energy to suppress her emotions, and the surging blood gradually calmed down. Yunxiao's eyes flickered as he said, "All right, I'll go around the screen to see you." He raised his foot and stepped on the heaven wave bridge. With each step, he had to pause for a long time, and the entire 9-story pavilion seemed to be somewhat depressed. The distance of just over 10 meters felt like a few centuries of walking before they finally arrived in front of the jade screen. "Sigh. I suddenly feel that it's better not to see each other." Yunxiao suddenly sighed. He was just one step away from the final step when he stopped. "Why?" The voice suddenly became hurried and angry, and there seemed to be a shadow swaying behind the screen. "I'm afraid I'll be disappointed," Yunxiao said. "I'm afraid I'll be disappointed." "What?" The voice trembled. Han Junting's eyes also flashed with surprise, but it was quickly replaced by anger. She shouted, "Li Yunxiao, what do you mean by this?" "Forget it, I'll take a look." Yunxiao sighed. Then, as if he had mustered up his courage, he walked around the screen and looked over. What he saw was an extremely ordinary face. His eyes were filled with anger, but the corners of his mouth were raised into an endless cold smile. A bone-chilling sword had already reached Yunxiao's heart and was thrust down. Swish! The sound of the sword disappeared, but the blood hissed in the wind. In an instant, Yunxiao's robe was stained red with his own blood. Swish! Swish! Another 2 sounds of swords cutting into bodies rang out. Han Junting held her swords with both hands and stabbed them into Yunxiao's back, then came out from the front. Ah! This turn of events caused Wan Yiqin and Su Lieni to turn pale with fright. Although they didn't understand what was going on, they knew that they had fallen into a trap. Just as the two were about to make a move, more than 10 figures appeared around them in a flash. They were all women in palace clothes, each of them holding a cold sword and pointing it at them. An ice-cold sword intent rippled through the 10-odd people. Each person's position was extremely good, and it was clearly a group of extremely powerful formations, suppressing the 2 people so that they didn't dare to casually make a move. Hee. Yunxiao suddenly laughed. His face had turned pale due to the excessive blood loss, but his smile was a little strange. "Hong Yan, why have you become so ugly?" "Gu Feiyang, you must be blind," the woman said angrily. "This lord isn't the palace master. You and I have also met several times. Could it be that you've forgotten the Flux girl by the palace master's side?" Her voice had also become shrill, not as pleasant as before. "Oh, I see. No wonder he could play such beautiful zither music and imitate it to perfection. You scared me to death. I thought the beauty had turned into an ugly monster." Yunxiao breathed a heavy sigh of relief. "I'm so angry, damn it." The Flux girl was furious. She pulled out the cold sword and stabbed it again, creating a second hole in her heart. Yunxiao twitched in pain, and his face was twisted. Any woman who was called ugly would fight to the death. Besides, she had been living a pampered life and had always been high and mighty. Who would dare to say that she was ugly? "Li Yunxiao," Han Junting said coldly, "you can still be so calm at a time like this. I have to admire you. It seems that you still have some good points, but you're not good enough to make my master like you. You're not worthy, never worthy." Her beautiful face also turned ferocious, as if there was boundless hatred. The 2 swords in her hands began to stir, and large pieces of fresh meat were turned over, and scarlet blood spurted out. Killing someone is just a matter of nodding your head. How can you women be so cruel? You all want to eat my flesh raw. When did I offend you? Yunxiao's face was twisted in pain, but his brows were still furrowed, as if he did not understand where such a deep hatred came from. "Ha ha ha! Han Junting laughed hysterically and said, "What deep hatred? To let Shurzuan hurt his feelings for you. This is a deep hatred that even 10,000 death sentences can't make up for. You fucking pervert." Yunxiao cursed. "What does your master and I have to do with you?" Hong Yan didn't even say anything. "So why are you screaming?" Han Junting was furious. She stirred the swords in her hands even more violently, cutting Yunxiao's flesh bit by bit. The string girl seemed to be unable to bear it and said, "Jun Ting, that's enough. Don't torture him anymore. Just send him to the west." Swish! The cold sword was pulled out and cut off Yunxiao's head with a backhand swing. Blood immediately spurted out like a fountain, reaching 3 feet high. "Ah!" Su Lieni, who was far away, cried out in disbelief. Other than shock, there was also a trace of fear in her eyes. Wan Yiqian's face also turned pale, and he knew that this was not good. At this moment, he had only recovered 10 to 20% of his injuries. His strength was probably on par with Su Lieni's, and it was impossible for him to escape from this sword formation. Since the people of Shenxiao Palace had killed Yunxiao behind Chu Hongyan's back, they would probably not let them go, and would most likely kill them to silence them. "You women are really ruthless. The whole world knows that the palace master of Hongyan Palace admires Gu Feiyong, and you dared to kill him behind her back. Aren't you afraid that the palace master will blame you when she finds out?" Wan Yiqian rebuked loudly, his face full of resentment. But in his heart, hundreds of thoughts were running through his mind, constantly thinking of ways to escape. "Oh, blame? TSK. TSK. Lord 1000 seems to know my master very well." Han Junting pulled the sword out of Yunxiao's body and said coldly, "This damn person has tortured master for decades. Even if he dies 10,000 times, he won't be able to absolve himself of his sin. Besides, I'll kill you too immediately after Yunxiao's death, so my master won't know about it." Wan Yiqian's expression changed drastically, but he immediately eased up and said, "Head shopkeeper Han, although the Star and Moon School hasn't been in the Merchant Union for long, I've always taken good care of them. Can't you show some consideration for our relationship?" Hee hee. Speaking of which, the development of the Star and Moon School is indeed thanks to Master Yi Qian's care, Han Junting said with a smile. "However, I must conceal what happened today to prevent Master from finding out about it in the future, and having no choice but to kill Darren and Sister Liani." "Please let us go," Wan Yiqian said hurriedly. "I can swear to the heavens that I will never tell anyone about what happened today." Su Liani also nodded quickly, indicating that she would keep it a secret. "Secret? I believe that only the dead can keep secrets," Han Junting sneered. "Besides, you two have the resources and precious treasures of the 2 chambers of commerce. If I get them, the Star and Moon School will be even more powerful, and even compete with Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. I won't have to be inferior to Ding Shan anymore." Wan Yiqian and Su Liani's faces were extremely pale. They could already feel the killing intent coming from the sword formation around them. "Junting, something seems to be strange," the string girl suddenly said. "What's wrong?" Han Junting asked. Pointing at Yunxiao's headless body on the ground, the Flux girl said, "Although Li Yunxiao's strength is limited now, he used to be a titled martial sovereign. Is it really so easy to kill him?" Han Junting's face was grave. He took 2 of Ding Shan's attacks in Xinyan City. It's a miracle that he's not dead. He must be seriously injured now. Our plan is flawless. Isn't it normal to kill him easily? Hearing this, the Xiannu's complexion didn't improve, but instead became somewhat pale. "Then where did his head that I just cut off go?" Han Junting's face turned pale instantly, and a bad feeling spread out in her heart. She hurriedly spread out her divine sense, but as expected, Yunxiao's head was nowhere to be found. Logically speaking, when he slashed down with his sword just now, his head should not have fallen far off. "Xiannu, be careful." Suddenly, a sharp shout came from the sky, and a force that could topple mountains and overturn the seas was pushed out, instantly patting the body of the Fluxer girl and sending her flying. Then, without any warning, a sword light appeared and cut the space where the Flux girl had been standing in two. The sword projection flashed with red light, and a woman in red palace robes appeared with a sword in her hand, her eyes filled with shock. "Oh, it's Elder Min Lei. Even you want to kill me?" As his cold voice rang out, Yunxiao's body appeared in front of her in an instant, and he threw a palm at her. Suddenly, the wind and clouds rose, and the sky changed color. Han Junting and the Xian Nu's faces turned pale. They couldn't help but tremble in fear. That flawless attack that couldn't have failed had failed. Great wind cloud palm. Qi Lei was shocked. Her hands quickly formed a seal to meet the attack, and at the same time, she retreated and shouted anxiously, "What are you waiting for?" For some reason, Yunxiao's heart trembled. An aura of death, which had not appeared for a long time, emerged in his heart, as if a great disaster was about to happen. In his shock, he couldn't care less about pushing his palm forward. Instead, he hurriedly retracted his hand, and his body instantly turned golden. The three-headed and six-armed Dharma form appeared and immediately formed a seal to form a barrier light. The demonic sky armor also flew out on its own and covered his body. At this moment, the jade screen beside him dissolved, and a figure was hidden inside. He turned his hand into a palm and slapped it from a few feet away. "My Tao has a limit." It was the first move of the Beiming Dark Palace's 3 moves from beyond the heavens. Boom! A mountain-like force slammed into the golden light barrier, and it was completely crushed in a flash. The vast and boundless profound in cold qi broke through. Shocked, Yunxiao performed an incantation gesture with his 6 arms and threw them out, filling the sky with fist shadows. However, under the influence of the profound in cold qi, it penetrated his skin and began to freeze his meridians. The force of his punch was immediately affected and slowed down. Boom! The surging palm momentum changed in the air. Through the endless cold light, that person's figure moved, and countless strange phenomena appeared around him. My Dao Yuya's palm strike was several times more powerful than before, and it transformed into the second move, swift and graceful. The cold air in the sky circulated like stars and clouds, as if it should not exist in this world. It was a move that descended from the sky. Bang! Yunxiao's fist shadows were all crushed, and countless black patterns burst out of the devil sky armor. The entire armor broke out of his body and transformed into the form of a giant devil for the first time, with tens of thousands of roars coming from inside. However, it was useless. After the devil sky armor took form, it was instantly suppressed. The palm hit Yunxiao's chest hard, and he coughed up a mouthful of hot blood. Yunxiao's momentum dropped instantly, and he was forced back thousands of feet before he could stop. So strong. He took 2 of my attacks head-on and didn't die. No wonder you didn't even care about Ding Shan's 2 moves. The cold air slowly dispersed, and the figure of the man was revealed. She was dressed in a white silk robe, and her hair was tied up with a jade hairpin. The cold air gradually receded, turning into faint clouds that flowed around her body. The dark north section. Wan Yiqian cried out in shock, her face filled with deep shock. Su Lianyi's heart was also pounding as she looked at that imposing figure in horror. He emitted waves of cold air, causing her to shiver even from a distance. "Greetings, Lord Duanju." Han Junting finally came to her senses and quickly greeted him. The string girl and Qi Lei also stepped forward to pay their respects. The air shook slightly, and another girl in a pink chiffon palace dress appeared. She looked somewhat similar to Na Lei. She stepped forward and said, "Chu Mei greets Lord Duanju." "No need to be so polite," Dark North Duel said. The women of Xinshao Palace rose to their feet and stood on both sides of the Dark North Duanju, looking at Yunxiao with complicated expressions. "Dark North Duanju, you're the master of a sect, but you actually launched a sneak attack." Wan Yiqian suppressed the extreme shock in his heart and growled in anger. Dark North Duanjue shot him a disdainful glance and said, "Ao Chongkong was even ordered by you to launch a sneak attack on Lingbai in Xinyan City. It's nothing for me to launch a sneak attack." Wan Yiqian was speechless. Dark North Demiju raised his hand and pointed at Yunxiao. "Gu Feiyang, I didn't expect that the Tiandang Mountains wouldn't take your life. They've even given you a great opportunity. But can you still escape today?" At the moment, Yunxiao's internal breath was extremely chaotic, and a large number of meridians were frozen to death, unable to function. He coughed up blood whenever he moved his true essence, and could not even speak. This Gu Feiyang is extremely powerful. He even saw through Jun Ting and the Xian Nu's flawless plan. If it weren't for Lord Duanju, I'm afraid he would have escaped today. Gu Feiyang has the moon pupil, Dark North Judge said. He can see through all truths. It's really difficult to fool him. Fortunately, your divine cloud palace has this green lotus emerald screen, which can block all divine senses. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to launch a sneak attack. He wasn't ashamed of his sneak attack at all. Instead, he was pleased with himself after he succeeded. Erlei's heart ached as she looked at the jade fragments on the ground. The palace master likes this piece very much. If we take it out and destroy it, we don't know how to explain it in the future. However, as long as we can kill Gu Feiyang, it's worth it even if we have to risk being scolded by the palace master. Hee. After swallowing a large number of medicinal pills and heavenly materials and earthly treasures, Yunxiao's injuries were gradually suppressed, and he could not help but sneer. The inextinguishable golden body was trying its best to absorb the Xian Yin cold qi in his body and turn it into his own strength, but the effect was extremely weak. It could only stabilize the injury and not worsen it in the short term. In fact, Master Duanju doesn't need to hide in the jade screen at all. His face alone is enough to block all divine sense. Yun Xiao said sarcastically, "Ha, Gu Feiyang, you're still as humorous as ever." Ha. Dark North Duanju laughed without getting angry. "I'm honored to be praised by Martial Sovereign Vanquisher, but this honor is a little too much." Yun Xiao was speechless. He had wanted to make a few more sarcastic remarks, but knowing that it would not work, he simply shut up. At this moment, his mouth was still of great use. He stuffed it full of heavenly treasures and swallowed them down in a hurry, trying to make up for it. "What?" Dark North Duanju chuckled and said, "Don't you want to goad me into buying time? You're lucky that you're still alive after being hit by my black Yin True Qi. It's impossible to suppress your injuries in a short time. The longer you delay, the worse it will be." He did not expect Yunxiao's physical body to be so abnormal that he could suppress his injuries in an instant and swallow pills to recover at all costs. Yunxiao's mouth was full of food as he said slowly, "Since that's the case, why don't you let me drag this out for 2 or 3 days and let my cold poison flare up and kill me?" Hee, good idea. But 2 or 3 days is too long. I don't have the patience. It's said that there's a dragon expert hidden in your saint artifact, Dark North Duanju said. Let him come out. If you're strong enough, you might be able to drag it out for 6 to 6 hours. Yun Xiao rolled his eyes at him and said, "Let him come out just because you said so? How proud will he be? Who do you think you are?" "Humph," Qi Lei snorted. "If that's the case, then I'll have to send you to hell." The long sword in her hand was held horizontally, and a red shadow flashed across the sky, stabbing forward. The sword's momentum was extremely swift as it went straight for the throat. Yun Xiao's heart was very heavy. Min Lei and Min Mei were both powerful elders of Shinshao Palace. They used to follow Chu Hongyan, so they had seen her many times and knew that she was very strong. There was also the sword formation that trapped Wan Yiqian and Su Lianyi in the distance. It was also an extremely powerful one-sword united formation of the Divine Cloud Palace. It was set up by 13 people. They worked together as one and cooperated seamlessly. In the current situation, it was almost impossible to turn defeat into victory. The only way was to find a way to escape, and recovering a certain amount of strength was the key to whether or not he could escape. Thinking up to here, he immediately summoned Cheiyu, Bei Xiaonan and all the other officials, telling them about the current situation. "Brothers, I can only rely on you guys to hold on." Bei Jinan was expressionless as he reached out to grab her sword. "Fanatic!" "What?" Ji Lei was shocked. She waved her sword, and countless sword flowers appeared. Bang! But he was still caught by Bei Feng Nan, who then smacked him with his palm, forcing him back. "You? Who are you?" "What?" Min Lei was shocked. Her sword was so sharp that it could even cut through an ordinary 9th-tier mystic weapon. let alone a mere physical body. Dark North Judge's pupils also contracted. He carefully sized up Biming Nanlai, but no matter how hard he searched his memory, he couldn't find any information about this person. After pushing back Min Lei with a single strike, Bei Fengnan stood indifferently beside Yunxiao, ignoring the enemies in front of him. You, Yu snorted. You call me Long Long when you're free, but now you're calling me brother? I'm ashamed, Yunxiao laughed. I'll reflect on it. I'll leave it to you guys. I'm gonna find a place to recuperate. He leaped up and changed his figure several times in the air, ready to retreat. Suddenly, the space trembled slightly, and a sharp slash broke through the air, suppressing his figure. Yunxiao was taken aback. He was too badly injured, and although the force was not strong, it was enough to deal with him at this moment. He had no choice but to reveal his true form and fly to the ground. Then, the space continued to surge, forming a large number of illusionary profound-level weapons. They were formed by pure power, and swords, axes, and halberds rained down. Yunxiao looked carefully and found that it was done by Han Junting, who had borrowed the power of the Nine Heavens Wave Building's own profound artifact. Everyone was inside the profound-level weapon. The weapons continued to slash down. Under normal circumstances, they would not pose much of a threat, but at this moment they were extremely deadly. Yunxiao performed an incantation gesture with one hand, and a mirror flew out of his palm, transforming into countless facets in the air and reflecting a seven-colored luster. The attacks formed by the light shadows landed on the mirror and were instantly broken down into several rays of colorful light, all of which changed directions. Part of the energy light was reflected through the mirror, and the rest was reflected at a physical angle, turning into a sky full of light and spreading out around Yunxiao, but not a single beam hurt him. Han Junting was shocked. Her control of the mirror was extremely precise, and she had calculated the attack from all directions. She did not expect such a magical mirror to exist. Die! The string girl cried out in surprise. She held a treasured zither in her left hand and strummed the strings. A rapid clanging sound came out and condensed into a giant blade in the air. At the same time, Han Junting once again gathered the power of the Nine Heavenly Wave Building's profound-level weapon. It was like an endless wave that came crashing down and shackled him. Suddenly, a huge shadow appeared in front of Yunxiao. It was the heaven-patrolling bull, its eyes as red as precious jade. It gave a long cry and stomped its foot. Countless green lights spread under its feet, shaking away the force of the profound-level weapon's shackles. Then, its huge body leaned forward, and its pair of bull horns fiercely blocked the giant blade's light. Boom! The blade light exploded instantly, turning into countless noisy notes that pierced his eardrums. In the distance, Min Lei and the others were shocked. How many things did Yunxiao have? The power he showed at this moment was enough to compete with them. One sword united formation. Han Junting shouted. Kill Wan Yiqian and Su Lianyi quickly. The 13 girls replied in unison. Yes. Rays of cold light and killing intent bloomed from everyone's body, flowing like water. They were completely identical, like a perfect piece of jade. Wan Yiqian was furious. How could he sit still and wait for death? He roared, Lord Lianyi, let's kill our way out. He couldn't care about his injuries anymore. A surging power gushed out and a long spear appeared in his hands. There was a huge beast coiling on the spear. Su Lianyi's face turned pale as well. A determined look flashed in her eyes as she decided to risk everything. At this moment, Yunxiao's clone rose to his feet and put away the Great Sorrow Sunset Cloud Mirror. Then, like a ROC spreading its wings, he flew over the 9 heavenly waves and looked down. Han Junting frowned and said coldly, You want to escape? In your dreams. This 9 heavens wave building will be your burial ground. Oh, is that so? Yunxiao raised his eyes lazily. Then the Tusada heavenly peak flew out of his hand, which expanded to half an acre in size and smashed toward the 9-layered heaven wave building. Although this spatial mystic artifact was magnificent and powerful, it could not be moved, could only stand there and wait to be smashed. Han Junting took a deep breath and her face turned green. Her eyes were bulging and her beautiful face turned ugly. "Don't!" she cried out in fear. She had seen the power of the Tusada heavenly peak with her own eyes. Even divine transcendence experts could not withstand a single blow. Yunxiao paid no attention to her exclamation. With a sneer, he performed an incantation gesture, doubling the size of the half-acre object and smashing it at the ninefold heavenly wave. Han Junting's heart was in her throat, and her pupils dilated. She was hoping that the 9 heavenly waves could be resisted. After all, it was a famous profound level weapon that could even withstand an attack from a divine transcendence. However, when the Tusada peak was 4-colored, it was already not something that could be blocked by divine transcendence. Now that it had turned into 5-colored light, it fell down and caused the entire sky to sink, forming a huge black hole. Boom, boom, boom. The mountain landed on the 9 heavens wave and the exquisite building collapsed instantly. It crumbled inch by inch, completely crushing Han Junting's hopes. She cried out mournfully. This profound level weapon was her most beloved treasure, and she immediately rushed forward with red eyes. "Gu Feiyang, die, die, die. You stole my master and destroyed my building. I'm going to eat you alive." He crossed the daggers in his hands in front of his body, and suddenly struck out a huge slash, drawing a long crack in the sky. After the huge blade and the 9-layered heaven wave were destroyed, the independent space kept disappearing, which attracted everyone's attention. Qilei was shocked. "Junting, what are you doing?" Han Junting's face was contorted in anger, as if she had been possessed by the devil. The string girl beside her was also secretly shocked. Feeling the monstrous killing intent, she hurriedly said, "Junting, guard your primordial spirit. Don't mess up your qi." Han Junting's hair fluttered in the wind, calming her down. She then started to play the zither. With a deafening boom, the 9 heavens wave was reduced to ruins by the rolling of the Tusada heavenly peak. The spatial power had completely disappeared, and everyone had returned to Ishikawa City. Wan Yiqian was overjoyed and hurriedly let out a long cry that shook the 9 heavens. More than 100 experts of the 10,000 Treasures Tower were waiting in the sky. If they were all summoned down, they would have a great chance of winning this battle. However, after a few breaths, the entire sky was silent and there was no movement. Wan Yiqian, Ing Luo, Su Lianyi was shocked. What's going on? Could it be that there's a barrier that's blocking the sound waves? Wan Yiqian's expression was extremely ugly. He said, "There's no shield." This was because he saw some unfamiliar martial artists flying over. The strongest among them was only a 6-star martial emperor. They were obviously martial artists who had originally been in Ishikawa City. Su Lianyi had a bad feeling and said, "Then what's going on?" Suddenly, a ray of light shot down from the sky, as if it had appeared out of thin air without any warning. It fell directly next to Wan Yiqian's feet and rolled a few times. Great Elder! In the event of a moment of dizziness and instability, that head was Chun Zhongxi's. Although Chun Zhongxi had been injured by Ling Bai in Nuyen City, his inner core was not damaged like Ling Bai's. He had already recovered more than half of his strength in more than a month. Even an ordinary peak 9-star expert was no match for him. How could he have been killed so quietly? Yunxiao's pupils constricted as well, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. It proved that there were still enemies in the dark, and they were extremely powerful. Chun Zhongxi's head was separated from his body, and the 100 or so experts of the 10,000 treasures building were annihilated, their corpses gone. "You, who are you?" The 20 to 30 martial artists from Ishikawa City sensed the powerful aura in the arena. The energy fluctuations from each of them sent chills down their spines. A few of them were so scared that they wanted to kneel down on the spot. The 6-stars martial emperor leading the group was the governor of Ishikawa City. He regretted his decision immediately after he asked. Even a blind man could see that it was a fight between 2 groups of experts. He secretly scolded himself for being stupid. He should have turned around and fled at the first moment. In this kind of fight between immortals, the slightest disaster could cause his body to be crushed. Fortunately, no one paid attention to him. No one even looked at him. The 20 to 30 of them were like air. The governor of Ishikawa City heaved a sigh of relief. He was about to turn around and leave to avoid being caught in the crossfire. My lord, where did these reckless fools come from? How dare they act so arrogantly in Ishikawa City and ignore your existence? A martial artist behind him said angrily. Ishikawa Kaichin gasped, and his heart sank. He even felt a few sharp gazes on him, which almost scared him out of his wits. This subordinate was usually quite capable, and he was also very flexible and knew how to take advantage of the situation. He was deeply liked by her, so why was he so blind today? He suddenly struck out with his palm, striking the subordinate right in the chest, shattering more than half of his internal organs. A stream of blood spurted out like a fountain. Can't you see that these seniors are performing their martial arts? You blind man! Scram! The city lord roared. Turn this place into a forbidden zone. Anyone who dared to disturb the martial arts practice of these seniors would be killed without mercy. No! Kill all 9 of their families! He shouted hysterically. The fear in his heart was like a vast ocean, and his body was trembling. Yes, yes! His subordinates were also quite frightened. In addition to being shocked by the aura of the people present, they were also frightened by the city lord's anger. They had never seen the city lord so angry before. Even his favorite subordinate was killed by a single palm strike. They also realized the seriousness of the matter and hurriedly retreated. The city lord's legs went soft, and he flew away with the help of the others. Yunxiao looked up into the sky. There were no clouds for thousands of miles, and no trace of anyone could be seen. His heart sank even more. The more he couldn't find this person's whereabouts, the stronger he was. Who is it? He dared to kill but didn't dare to show himself? He shouted at the sky, but there was no response. Actually, at their level, it was already very difficult to be incited by a few words. After all, it was a life-and-death battle, and any negligence could lead to death. Those idiots who were impulsive because of a few words had long become piles of corpses on the road of martial Dao, becoming the ladder to heaven for others. Therefore, Ao Changkong could launch a sneak attack calmly, the Baiming Duanju could launch a sneak attack calmly, and Yunxiao could also do a lot of immoral things calmly. This is a matter of life and death. Who's playing with you in the open? Hee hee. Han Junting smiled charmingly and smoothly tied up her messy hair, restoring her beautiful face. There's no need to shout. If you can respond to us, that person will naturally come out. If we can't even get past this obstacle, then we don't need to know who it is. Yunxiao had known this would be the result. After a few shouts, he stopped worrying and continued to devour heavenly materials and earthly treasures, trying to recover as little as possible. The people of Xianxia Palace were suspicious. The precious materials that he had swallowed were probably enough to kill a few mid-stage 9-star martial artists. Dark North Duel's face twitched, and a grave expression appeared on his face. If Yunxiao had kept running for his life or fought in anger, he would have felt very safe. However, at this moment, he was calmly taking the time to recover from his injuries. It was clear that he was still very determined. There was not even a trace of fear or anger, as if he had a plan in mind. I don't understand. As a divine transcendence expert, why would he be under a martial sovereign and listen to his orders? The Dark North Duel had not moved at all after Che Yu's appearance. He had only stood there quietly. Yunxiao's calm and composed look made him feel a little uneasy, so he finally spoke. The world is big. There are many things you don't understand, Che Yu replied lazily. Neither of them was willing to make the first move. They could both sense the powerful aura on each other's body. Not only was the outcome uncertain, but once they started fighting, it would definitely be heaven-shattering and earth-shattering, and the entire city would be turned into ruins. I'll give you double what Gu Feiyang can give you, said Dark North Judge. Will you submit to my Baiming Dark Palace? You won't be able to, Che Yu laughed. Oh? Baiming Dark Palace is one of the top sects on the continent, so I'm quite curious about what he can give me. The Dark North Domain said. Che Yu laughed sinisterly. He eats my shit every day. Do you want to eat double? Blarg. Xiao, who had been swallowing all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures, vomited them all in an instant. A large amount of material debris choked into his windpipe, and his face turned red as he coughed violently. Cough, cough, cough. Blarg, blarg, blarg. Xiao vomited out all the food he had eaten. His body, which had been well nourished, began to wither after losing a large amount of spirit energy. All the women from Xianxia Palace frowned. They covered their mouths and noses with their hands, showing disgust. Li Yunxiao, Han Junting said contemptuously, "You're a powerful man of your generation. Can you have some manners?" Cough, cough, cough. Yunxiao's face turned red, and he vomited his bile. He stared at Yu with a venomous look and roared, "You disgusting thing, you're ruining my reputation. Ha ha ha." When Yu saw his sorry state, he was extremely happy and could not help but laugh. Dark North Duel's face also turned slightly white, and his stomach churned. He was truly disgusted by this sight. He scolded, "Vulgar! Disgusting!" A cold aura flashed, and killing intent burst out from his eyes. He pressed 2 fingers together and a burst of cold chi shot out. Yu immediately stopped laughing and sneered. He opened his fingers and turned them into a dragon claw. The cold air exploded in his palm and turned into layers of light blue ice crystals that covered his palm. However, they were instantly vaporized. Dark North Demiju looked over, and his heart became even heavier. The black Yin True Chi was extremely powerful. One of the important reasons was that it had extremely strong elemental damage. It was difficult for the victim to recover and would also leave behind a great root of disaster. However, Yu's dragon body was extremely strong. When he used his finger to probe, his black Yin True Chi could not harm the dragon body at all. This caused his extremely strong reliance to lose its effect. "What, you're not playing anymore?" Yu mocked. He understood the techniques and abilities of the Dark North mantra, but he knew nothing about it. Weighing the two, he had the upper hand. "It'll be difficult to determine the winner in a short time if you and I fight," Dark North Zhuangjue said. "So there's no need to. We can just keep each other in check. Let them fight for the winner. Just because you say it's not necessary, it's not? Wouldn't I lose face then?" An evil smile appeared on Yu's face. "Come on, let's warm up." With a flash of green light in his hand, the Shumi Anton sword slashed out a sword light, cutting a huge wound in the sky and tearing it apart. The Dark North mantra's body swayed, leaving only an afterimage behind. Yu snorted coldly and flew into the sky to chase after the Dark North mantra. The two of them flew in a spiral, chasing each other in the sky. Dark North Demiju did not seem to want to fight him head-on. He dodged on purpose, and most of his energy was still paying attention to Yunxiao's condition. Yunxiao's face only looked a little better after vomiting for a long time. There was no way he could eat anymore. He took out a large number of primordial cores, crushed them all, and absorbed them in front of the people of the Divine Cloud Palace. "Vulgar man. My master is really blind." Han Junting's eyes were filled with disgust, and her face was filled with a devilish sense of superiority. "Lady Flux girl, take advantage of his illness and take his life." The blades in his hands separated in front of him, producing a metallic sound. Like thin transparent wings, they appeared in front of Yunxiao in an instant and slashed down with the simplest force. Yunxiao did not bother to pay attention to her. With a slight sway of his body, he dodged. Han Junting waved her saber with both hands and chased after Yunxiao in the air, performing a series of chaotic saber arts with all the essence in it. Her specialty was her precise control. There was order in the chaos, and she didn't have any extra strength. In the blink of an eye, Yunxiao was shrouded in a layer of light. But no matter from which angle the saber beams came from, they were always 10 feet away from Yunxiao. Yunxiao's movement technique was even more exquisite than her chaotic saber moves. Han Junting's mind was in a mess, and the more she waved, the more anxious she became. The chaotic blades lost their order, but they did not panic, making it easier for Yunxiao to deal with them. Although it was not difficult to avoid Han Junting's attacks, not only was he unable to absorb elemental energy in this state, but he was also starting to get injured. He landed on the back of the heaven-patrolling bulldog and made a hand seal with one hand. A layer of green light covered him and he raised his foot to kick Han Junting. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions occurred in the space, and an incomparably wild power shook out. Han Junting dodged it easily, then used the shrinking art to shrink her body an inch. She nimbly stepped on the bull's head and brought her two blades together to slash at Xianxia's head. All of a sudden, a red light appeared, and the hands that were holding the two sabers were bound, as if they were bound. She looked down in horror and saw a circle of red light rising from the neck of the heaven-patrolling bulldog, covering her body and making her unable to move. At the same time, a layer of white light appeared on the horns, turning into a sharp ring of light that tore apart everything around him. Han Junting's heart skipped a beat as a terrifying aura began to surge around her. With a burst of true qi, her entire body shot up into the air, flipped a few times, and flew away. The rings of light from the heaven-patrolling bulldog's horns chased after it and slashed at it. Dead water! The string girl lightly rebuked, and 7 rays of light were plucked out from the zither. They condensed into form in the air and headed toward the circle of light. Bang! The two forces collided in the air, and the aftermath actually pressed in the direction of the Flux girl, causing her to step back in shock, dispersing the shock. What kind of bull is this? The Flux girl was greatly alarmed. Han Junting said, "This bull is a divine hoe. It can't be underestimated." At this moment, her body was still covered in a layer of red light, and she couldn't move her 2 daggers. She struggled for a few times before she gradually moved them. Divine Phoenix! The Fluxer girl was shocked. She frowned, as if her will was wavering. "Don't be afraid," Han Junting said in a deep voice. "When our senior sisters kill Wan Yiqian and Su Lianyi, we'll kill this bull and Li Yunxiao with the sword formation." The string girl was somewhat worried. "Can you really do it? Who knows how many more things he has on him. It's almost time. I've fought alongside him a few times, so I have a certain understanding of his strength and trump cards. We will definitely win today's battle. Don't forget that we, the people of Shunshao Palace, are not the only ones here." "I've always felt that this person isn't simple," the string girl said. "Although he isn't as arrogant and free as he was back then, he exudes another kind of temperament. He doesn't lose to those years." Han Junting's eyes flashed with anger. "Flux girl, what's wrong with you? Is your Tao heart wavering?" The Flux girl's expression was somewhat unsightly as she said, "In fact, my Tao heart had already wavered when the plan failed. With my imitation of the palace master, it was absolutely flawless without any flaws. However, he still saw through it. Even now, I still don't dare to believe it. I don't know how I lost." Han Junting's heart was also moved. The Fluxer had followed her master for decades, and even she herself couldn't distinguish it. In addition, the green lotus jade screen isolated the divine sense, so there was no reason for her to miss. Ahem. This is actually very simple. After listening to their conversation for a while, Yunxiao could not help but interrupt. "What's going on?" the two of them asked in unison. Yunxiao clenched his right fist and coughed twice as he said, "Well, I'm not in a good mood right now, so I don't want to talk about it." "Then go to hell," Han Junting shouted as she slashed out with both her hands. Having suffered a loss from the patrolling bulldog, she did not dare to get any closer. The string girl also flipped open her zither and continuously played the tune, creating countless weapons to slash at the enemy. The heaven-patrolling bulldog stomped its foot and a green barrier opened up, forming a square under its feet. Finally, it opened its mouth and a red light flew out from its neck, turning into the 9 heavens Daluo hoop. The sky was round and the earth was square. The top and bottom combined together to form a world. Countless attacks from the two of them landed on the outside, only causing afterimages. They were not injured at all. Yunxiao was overjoyed. Although the strength of the heaven-patrolling bullfighting bull was not as strong as a divine being, it was more than enough to deal with the Fluxer girl and Han Junting. He sat on the back of the bull and made hand seals with one hand. He had never stopped absorbing and exhaling yuan to repair his body. At the same time, he was constantly on guard against his surroundings in case the person lying in ambush attacked again. Zhuelei and Zhuemei, who were not far away, were completely suppressed. After opening the 6 gates of the divine body, the minister's physical strength was unparalleled. Coupled with his fierceness, he was able to fight with Qi Mei. All kinds of fist lights and sword lights were constantly shaken out. The two of them were the ones who had the most intense battle in the entire field. On the other hand, Beifeng Nan was much calmer. He basically didn't take the initiative to attack, but just kept using his sword techniques to suppress Qi Lei. He even kept his left hand behind his back, seemingly at ease. Min Lei was shocked. No matter how she attacked, she couldn't break through his defense. The winner was decided in an instant, which made her angry and anxious.